Is this what it's like to play Vintage where you have Tinker in your deck? Welcome back, Vintage Gamers, to a Vintage Challenge. I've bit the bullet and I have purchased some Fairy Masterminds, Yuta Takahashi's, and I've been working on various brews with this card. I think this card is definitely powerful. I'm not sure if Vintage is exactly the home that will be able to fully utilize this card. I think Legacy makes a lot of sense, though. So I have a bunch of different brews. I saw a Brian Kelly list playing 3 Fairy Masterminds that I thought was quite good. I think Fairy Mastermind is a step above most of the creatures that Brian plays in his blue Lurrus control deck that features Breach combo. So I think that's definitely a step in the right direction for Brian. And then I was playing a Fairies list in a league, and it was okay, but it was like a little low power. It was really fun to spell stutter sprite some people, but I didn't think it was strong enough for today's challenge. So what I have done is I want to be able to activate this ability. And so what I've done is put Yuta into a shell with full fast mana in terms of Moxen, as well as Hull Breachers, which will let us be able to activate this without having a downside, which is really, really sweet. And what I've tried to do is create a deck that, as you can see on the top here, says Yuta Flash, tries to play at instant speed. So what I want to do is play my fast mana and then only play on my opponent's turn. One of the big advantages you get of playing on your opponent's turn is you can use Force of Negation as a counterspell for your powerful cards. But also you get to do things like Flash in Mastermind in response to draw spells, Flash in Hull Breachers in response to draw spells, end of turn repeals, end of turn POs, activate Urza's Saga, making a Saga token. So here you can see there's 31 cards in my deck that can be played and utilize that instant speed. Obviously, Saga you play on your turn, but you always use it on your opponent's turn. And so that's the real goal here. We're gonna try to play a mono blue Fanoop style PO list where we are playing on our opponent's turn in a way with a flash. So we're going to use a bunch of Fairy Masterminds. Obviously, 4 Fairy Masterminds is a lot. Maybe that's too many. But actually, it's a really nice one if you kind of consider the fact that PO is always looking for a 1 in a blue draw spell. This kind of fits the bill. And then I think Hull Breachers are just like super, super good right now. And obviously, the synergy between Hull Breacher and Fairy Mastermind with 4 mana, which like I said, in this deck, 4 mana, not a problem because we are playing Saga big blue mana base. So I'm pretty interested. Yeah, so I'm playing Surgicals and Ravenous Traps instead of Ley Lines because these cards play at instant speed and let you... they work really well with my current game plan. I do think Ravenous Trap is a card that is bad when there's a lot of Vine and good when there's a lot of Dredge, and there's a lot of Dredge right now. So, yeah, I mean it's pretty straightforward. That's pretty much it. Obviously, you could make this deck differently with different colors, but I think the idea of playing mono blue is fine here. I want my islands to not be wastelandable so that I can always play my instant speed Hull Breachers and Fairy Masterminds. And having a bunch of islands does kind of help your Saga game plan if people are like null rodding you. I did want to play a deck today that had null rod in it, but I couldn't find a null rod deck with Fairy Mastermind that I liked. The Fairies version, I have a bunch of null rods, and then so does the Lurrus version, but I think these decks are just a little bit like underpowered. So I wanted to play a more powerful deck that was able to show off the new World Championship card, and so that's how we ended up here. Should be fun. Let's see what we can do. If you'd like to see your deck played on this channel, check out the Patreon link in the description below, where you can find all the information you need to submit a donation deck list. Let's battle. All right, here we go. Round 1. Up against Magic Player here. Maybe playing against Squee. Our deck is pretty good against Squee, I would think. We have lots of like Hull Breachers and that kind of thing, though this is just 1 fast mana off of being able to Hull Breach right away. It's kind of unfortunate. I think the answer is going to be deploy my Sensei's top and look to spin and find a force and a mana source. I can't imagine I'm supposed to pitch this hand. This hand seems fine. It's just kind of unfortunate that we don't have the 3rd mana so that we can, play a Hull Breacher against Bazaar's turn 1 activation. If we had a Hull Breacher against turn 1 Bazaar activation here, I would be super, super happy. So we are playing against a 7-card Squee hand. Yeah. Okay. Of course. Man, this deck is just so unfair. Do I want to mental misstep our root walla here? I don't know if I want to pay 2 life to do that. Also, I block these if blazing root walla is fine. I don't think it's worth it. I mean, if there are no hollow ones, things are at least a little better, but that means they're probably our forces, and we just can't beat a force here. All right, so I need to see mana and force. I guess I could also just like get my Pearl Vigored or something. All right, I found force, but I didn't find mana. So things are really, really bad. I don't even know how we play through this. I guess we draw force and we repeal, and we brainstorm hoping to hit Black Lotus. Or mana, and mana doesn't even do it. This just looks super, super dead. Okay. It's pretty rough to play against Squee and have their keep be 7 cards, 6 power. It's going to be very, very hard for us to win this game, even though we were on the play. Like I said, I think we really, maybe I could have I just can't imagine ever mulliganing that hand, but we almost hit exactly what we were looking for here with force plus mana, but we just missed a little bit. All right, so we did hit mana here. So what can we really realistically do? We can just play island and hold up repeal on our Pearl. Maybe go for like a repeal on a root walla, which is like a little sus. I just don't think the second bizarre activation is also still a huge problem, but I mean, there's a possibility we can like hold Reacher and then Twister at some point in this game, but it just seems so slow now. Like, maybe we can go for a PO line, but we just don't have enough cards in play to do that. I guess I could put back Twister, Misstep, and then Spin. And then like repeal my Pearl, which like repealing my Pearl puts me in danger of getting Mindbreak trapped. I don't know. It all looks quite bad for me. I mean, I'm not even convinced that we're going to be able to get this Hull Reacher to resolve. I guess if we cast Hull Reacher on their turn, they can only force it, so they'd have to have like double force. They have Squee Root Walla. I don't. What are you really supposed to do here? Kind of need a mental misstep this actually. What I might do is this doesn't even like it's not even good for me if I do this. All right, I'll just repeal a root walla. Try to buy time. I don't really want to repeal my Pearl because I have like serious problems with I really don't want to even like wait super long. I don't know. Repeal top. Yeah, we could, but I think having top in play is better. Like I don't have the mana to replay top at any point in this game. I don't think that happens. I just don't think that the world where we're like digging an extra card with top is better than having having the top play. We know what our top card is. Like we get one more unknown card, but like the one more unknown card, I don't even know what would be good enough. Like Black Lotus. I don't know. Even that like Like, it's not like I can draw a Flusterstorm. Like, I guess I can draw a second Force. It's like really unfortunate because I have to wait, right, until they bring back these oh my god, they have second Bazaar. Okay. I mean, I just feel like I'm playing against. Well, the Academy is like not very good if I don't have the top in play, right? I feel like I'm just playing against like the stone cold nut rolls in every game. What is going on? All right, I mean, we're all in on like Hull Breacher Twister being enough somehow, but even then, I'm just like I'm not dead on board, so I guess it's fine. But oh, I can't force though. Yeah, I mean, like that's fine. Yeah, whatever. I don't know, man. Like this is just unbelievably good draw. The only way this draw is better is if they had like a a strip mine or something. I don't know. My draw just wasn't as good as my opponent's draw, so there's just like nothing I can do. Like if I force this back, it's just not even good for me. All right, yeah. I should have realized my opponent would have double force of will. What you know. There's just no. I swear to God, if you keep a 7-card squee hand, can you ever really lose a game? Doesn't seem possible to me. All right, so Rab Trap is not usually great against this deck, but it might still be good enough. Surgical is obviously great. Sphinx is good. Needle is good. Lantern is good. Can theoretically play Sabotage. Probably want to play Flusterstorm. Repeal is like super bad except for exactly Chalice. Negation is actually typically pretty bad, except for the fact that I can play at instant speed and protect my spells. I just don't think that's a good enough reason to play Negations here. I think Vault Key is horrible here. Seal Sabotage lets me bounce Hollow One, counter Hollow One, or bounce or counter Chalice. Which I think is going to be better than Bolus's Citadel anyways. So the Mental Misstep looks really bad here as well. So maybe we just leave in... I mean, maybe we bring in Mindbreak Trap, and that might actually help. It's like really not great to play Mindbreak Trap, but it's not horrible either. I don't know. This doesn't look super solid for us, but like we really need to find a turn 1 Hull Breacher that resolves. That's kind of our game plan against this deck. This is an unfortunate set of mana and a hand that's just going to get absolutely murdered by a Vigor. But I mean, can I mulligan this hand? It feels like I can't mulligan this hand, but also they're just going to keep Vigor and kill me. I don't think I'm allowed to mulligan this hand, but I also like this hand is just super weak to Vigor. They're not mulliganing at all. My opponent has kept 7-card hand in both games. All right, there's a Force of Will on top, and they let me spin. So this is perfect. I can force if I need to. If not, then I draw Force, get Saga, and Hull Breacher with Force backup. So, I mean, it doesn't get too much better than what I have going on right now. Obviously, if my opponent end of turn Vigors and they have, like, Force, Mindbreak Trap or something when we die, but... Yeah, but we're not playing Bazaar. We can keep a wide array of hands. They can only keep hands with Bazaar. It's fine. It's fine. Everything is fine. At least we have, like, can't get Vengevine here. Or maybe not, I shouldn't say can't get Vengevine. We are less likely to get Vengevine here. Playing against Squee anytime ever if you don't play a Wasteland deck is just the worst experience. Double Squee. I might like try to get them to fight over a Surgical Extraction on Squee. Even though Squee is like dead if we Hull Breacher them, I still kind of think this is a good play. Also lets me see their hand, so that actually is a non-zero amount of power as well. Like, okay, so their hand is Vigor, no green card, Fury with a red card, Force of Negation Master, and Second Bazaar. Okay, all right, okay. This is fine, I think. So we draw and play our Saga, and then I'm gonna let them activate, and we'll hold Reacher on the stack. And even if they draw Force for turn, we're covered. They can play a second Bazaar and then they can respond to the hold Reacher activation, which is annoying, but. Oh wow, look at they're playing around hold Reacher. So smart. Because they have a Fury. Yeah, I wasn't supposed to play it on upkeep because they have a Fury. So, do we want to play... I mean, we just want to play Hull Breacher. I guess we could technically PO, but... Alright, so what are you going to do? Going to just try to draw into Force? They don't really need Force. They have a Fury. Unfortunately, I don't really have, like, super good... I mean, I have Saga tokens, I guess, which is pretty good. The problem is if they hit green card Vigor, blue card Force of Negation, I can't protect myself from getting my Saga killed, which is kind of annoying. Do they need a Force? Why do they need a Force? Can't they just untap and Fury this? Like, we know they have a Fury. Like, they kept in Fury because we showed them Hold Breacher in game 1. Maybe we shouldn't have showed them Hold Breacher in game 1. I don't know. I do think that surgicaling the Squee was right, though. No. You beat this deck by playing a Wasteland. If you have Wasteland, this deck just loses. I mean, it probably wouldn't have lost these games because my opponent kept 7-card, 2 Bazaar hands in both games. But in general, you just Wasteland these opponents. So they pitched a Master. So we know 4 of their 5 cards. So if they hit a green card... Well, they can't have a green card and a blue card. Because they pitched 2 Masters. So that's good. All right, well, I'm just going to play a top. I'm not going to attack because they could pitch 2 Fury. I guess they can't pitch 2 Root Walls unless they held a Root Wall in hand and want to give me... So if they held a Root Wall in hand as their 5th card and they want to give me 2 tokens to trade for Hull Breacher, that doesn't sound right. I don't think I need to attack here. All right, so my opponent gets back 2 Masters, which is quite good, which also gives them protection on their negation. And then they're going to Fury, but if I get Force for Fury, which I think is better than protecting from Vigor anyways. Force pitching, Fury pitching Root Walla, Force pitching... I think PO is better to pitch because there's like a really good chance I lose all my mana. Oh, wait, I could have PO on my upkeep. They drew Force of Will for turn. Okay. I mean, sure. I guess I'm wrong. I guess I should be kicking PO so I can PO in response to Vigor. Is that better than just making a token? I'm not actually sure that's better. So my opponent drew Force of Will. That's so gross. I don't think drawing cards is better than having constructs here, but I could be wrong. So I could spin here and try to find another force. God, we're just fucking to the deck is unbeatable. Like, this is one of my best possible draws, and I'm not even close. I'm not even close. They're gonna pitch 2 masters, and they're drawing 4 cards every turn. How do you ever beat this deck if you don't have wastelands? It's impossible. Now they're gonna find green card for Vigor and Vigor me in my upkeep. Like, it's completely doomed. Oh, they pitched Vigor. Interesting. Oh, maybe they just have a second one. Yeah, maybe I should have kept PO. I don't know. PO's like super bad against like a negation as well. Maybe, but maybe they'll never have a negation here. I think I am just supposed to get. Technically, I can Tinker this turn. If I get Black Lotus, Mystical for Tinker, draw with top, and Tinker something away. And they would have to have exactly last card forces. I also have Mystical for force and draw force. So maybe the answer is just Needle Bazaar then. Or I could get, did I play a Soul Guide Lantern? Or do I even play, like, what do I play? I have a Needle and a Soul Guide Lantern. I guess I'll just Needle Bazaar. I mean, we're winning on board because, I mean, this Mystical was actually a clutch draw because the Mystical is a Force of Will. So maybe this is just fine. They only have 2 cards in hand, then they get back both of their masters. I'm kind of confused on opponents' activations. I'm not exactly sure. So I should still Mystical for force, right? There's nothing they can get me on my turn, and I can always draw into it on their turn. Obviously, I can get Misstepped. I'm just gonna get Force of Will. I'm not sure how we lose this game with a Force of Will in our hands, so... we're winning this game? That doesn't feel right. I don't feel like we were supposed to win this game. Shouldn't my opponent have activated their Bazaar looking for a wasteland? It just doesn't make sense. Well, the only reason Saga is good is because my opponent didn't go for wasteland. Which I'm just trying to figure out why they would do that. Like, it just their play doesn't make sense to me. Maybe I'm missing something key in their hand, but like, all they need to do is find a wasteland and we lose the game, right? I don't understand. I think my opponent gave us this win. I'm pretty sure we're not supposed to win that game. Yeah, I don't know. I think opponent made a mistake. I think they're just supposed to find wasteland. I mean, they definitely have wasteland in their deck. You wasteland's in their main, and they're not going to board it out against the Saga deck. It's just free wins. Okay, we got to win on the draw. Maybe they'll mulligan this game. It'll be sweet. This is like another hand where it kept 7 again. Okay. Show me the damage. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we can still win, chat. Ay, 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 ay. This is why I hate Flusterstorm in this matchup, because I never have the blue mana to play it. I mean, I just have to play all my spells and hope they have no counters. Like, I don't have counterplay here. I can't just, like, not cast my spells. So if they have, like, Vigor Trap or something, it's pretty bad. Hull Breacher, Pithing Needle, not exactly a combo. So they have Force. I have Force. You have another Force. What is the fucking point? Why do I play the game? Like, what is the point of playing the game? There's just actual 0% chance I can ever win. My opponent has kept this in all 3 games. This is not an abnormal 7. This is the average 7. They have a Bazaar, they have 6 free power, and they have double pieces of interaction. There's just no point in playing the match. And I'm dead on the spot. I lose the game on the spot. How is this reasonable? I needed a mana crypt and I needed a mana crypt instead of a soul ring, so I could have played Hull Breacher with Force backup. What is the point of even, like, I just don't understand how this is like a reasonable thing to be happening in Vintage. Okay, here we go. Round 2. There will be no complaining, only positive energy gaming. Let's do it. Probably playing against shops, but we'll see what. Oh, nope, it's a Lurrus. So, Jeskai game? Oh, maybe I played them and they were playing the Sheer Khan deck. I guess we'll find out after we keep this hand of Triple Island. They did reveal a cat. Maybe I played them in Elite. Oh, you know, I played them on my laptop. That's why it doesn't show up. Yes, they were playing last night. They were playing Sheer Khan's Turbo Volt Key, and I was playing fairies against them. I was not victorious. It was close, though. Yuta and Hull Breacher are pretty good against Thoughtcast decks. But I don't actually have, like, null rods or anything, so it's kind of going to be probably slightly rough matchup, I would say. I have no wastelands and no null rods, and my fairies deck had wastelands and null rods, and I couldn't win. So it might be tough. I don't really have any of the cards that punish your opponent for playing, you know, Glimmer Voids and Seats of the Synod. Ancestral, Demonic, Vamp, Saga, Moxen. Oh, I guess at least I have a misstep, I guess. If my opponent goes Sapphire, Glimmer Void, we can repeal the Sapphire and kill the Glimmer Void. I hate the Glimmer Void in this deck. I think the Glimmer Void is so bad. I mean, they're going to play Saga, though, so. But we at least have Saga tokens on lockdown. Like, I loathe the Glimmer Voids in this deck. I've been trying to convince people who play this deck to, you know, switch the Glimmer Voids for Spire of Industries, play a sideboard answer for Pithing Needle, but, like, I don't know. It's just weird to me that, like, people will copy and paste these deck lists, right? And obviously Sheer Khan is a crazy good player, and obviously a pretty good deck builder as well. But, like, there's some clear glaring holes in in Shere Khan's deck that I think are just very visible and obvious fixes that people are just not fixing. I don't really understand. So my opponent is looking to Ancestral and Vamp. So I can't kill this until my end step, but I'm definitely... I mean, if they drew exactly one of their 4 Flusters for turn, this gets kind of wrecked, this line. But I want to use my mana efficiently, so... Minor Misstep is just not a good card. So if my opponent drew... They're letting this resolve? Interesting. Doesn't make sense. They don't want to cast Ancestral right now because of overdrawing, I guess. But I'm going to kill my opponent's Glimmer Void here because my opponent is playing a Glimmer Void. You know? Like, this is going to go away at end step, and it didn't have to. It could have just been a Spire of Industry. There was no reason for it to be a Glimmer Void. So I think what I'm going to do is Time Walk into Merchant Ancestral, which should be better than... Like, I don't know what they're going to get with this Vamp. They might just get... They might get fast mana. They might get Time Vault. I don't really know. My best draw is probably... Oh, they also have to choose now, which is kind of nice. Yeah, but I mean, their hand's not good. I think I would rather have cast the Ancestral. You know, you just cast the Ancestral. Like, they still ended up casting the Ancestral. I mean, what do you want me to not counter it? That would be crazy. No, there's just no way. This isn't like... You could probably get away with that in, like, I don't know, Legacy or maybe Vintage from like 5-10 years ago. But in 2023, like, my opponent's deck is a turbo combo deck. I counter the Vamp? Why? How can you go from let them overdraw with Ancestral to counter their top deck tutor? Yeah, if he draws the Vault and I counter it, it's fine. Those are two, like, diametrically opposed opinions. Letting the Ancestral resolve and letting the Vampiric, countering the Vampiric, are like two things that don't have the same game philosophy in mind, which is very interesting to me. All right. Let's see what we draw. All right, Tinker is a good one, and we have a Force. We're in a good spot. Like, we know my opponent's hand is Saga, Sapphire, Spire, Demonic, and whatever they draw here. It would probably be Time Vault. We don't even have to counter Time Vault. Like, we have Tinker with Force backup. I think I'm going to counter it anyways. Just in case something super bad happens, but... Force anyways. Easy game. Okay. I mean, it's already extremely impossible for my opponent to have a Force backup, so it didn't really matter if we drew Force or not. Like, we knew most of my opponent's hand. We knew that they can't have blue card Force. They're just going to play a land here and make constructs and try to win that way. My opponent's deck, it's Turbo Volt Key. It's Shere Khan Lurrus Volt Key. So it's like Seed of the Cyanide, Thoughtcast, PO, Glimmer Void, that kind of thing. Goblin Engineer. All right, Mana Crypt. Hull Breacher's sweet here too. Do I draw through my land? Yeah, I think so. Immediately get punished for that. It's like an all-in PO deck. Immediately hit Saga too. So I can still draw through one of these cards, right? So if I put Saga on top, I can draw through it with my Fairy Mastermind, and then Fairy Mastermind has been great here. Pretty impressive, actually. This has been very, very good for us. Go Yuta. I don't think I need another Fairy Mastermind. I think I'd rather have the health. Okay, that should be good. All right. I think I would rather just pay for this and then use a treasure just so I can keep as much life as I want. All right, that was sweet. That was some sweet magic. I got to do the Yuta thing. I activated Fairy Mastermind twice with Hullbreacher in play. Okay, all right. Like I was saying in the beginning, the best cards against my opponent's deck are actually just like null rods. It's really unfortunate, but I think you need to play Dismember. Maybe? I don't know exactly. It's such a weird deck to board for. So I'll show you the opponent's deck. Let me go grab the deck. Maybe I can't play Dismember. Like, I wanted to play Dismember because the stupid Goblin Engineers are really, really powerful, but so like 4 Force of Will, 4 Thoughtcast, 3 PO, technically Tinker deck, Goblin Engineer, Turbo Time Vault with Seats and Glimmers. Like there's no these Glimmers should 100% be 4 Spires. They're going to be bringing in Lavinia and Pyroblast. I mean, I'm definitely bringing in Trap, Flusterstorm, Needles, Lantern. I don't think I need Dismember. I guess I have Repeal as well. And I actually think Sabotage is not actually good. I think I'm just going to bring in the anti-combo cards and then find some cards to board out. I don't think Hercules is good, even though it can be good. I think the answer is just like we can probably get away with one less island. We probably can get away with no Time Twister. We can get away with... Maybe we play like one less Fairy Mastermind. I mean, it's still pretty good against their deck. It's good against top. It's good against Thoughtcast. I don't know. I have to cut something here. Maybe I should get rid of Mystical, Twister, Fairy Mastermind. I don't know. I'm spitballing here. Maybe I could get rid of Vault Key, but I don't know. Gives me a way to win. The biggest problem with this is this has a similar matchup style as the traditional like 8-cast decks that used to be played. And so like they'll overpower your counter suite very, very easily, or they'll play like Saga tokens instead. So like they're like, if you counter, you know, like if you don't counter it, they just like thought cast and they overwhelm you with cards. And if you do counter it, they just like still overwhelm you with cards. So like relying on a counter suite is usually not enough. And I can't really in my deck afford to play Null Rod, unfortunately, because I do think like I was gonna play a Null Rods in the sideboard of this deck, and like just not play Volt Key, but it seemed like a little bit too bad. But there's like definitely a world where your Saga Tinker decks are playing Null Rods in the sideboard for matchups like Coveted Jewel and the opponent's deck. So it's definitely something to think about. Like you could board out Volt Key and board in 2 Null Rods. So something to think about. Like that Null Rod is definitely the single best card against like these style decks, and especially against like Jewel Shops and that kind of thing as well. Good start. I'm just gonna let this go and see if I can trap a payoff because there was no payoff to trap. That's unfortunate. I could definitely have trapped the Opal, but so I'm gonna play the non-fetch so I can spin without fetching. Also represents Flusterstorm. It's a little unfortunate that I didn't have it. I mean, like I had a trap target, but I just don't think trapping the Opal is good enough value. Also, I might need double force or something. I don't know. I'm definitely super far behind here. The best thing that can happen is I like spin into, I don't know, Mana Crypt so that I can go PO for 3 or for 4, I should say. Karn, I actually don't think Karn is good enough. Like Karn is good, but Karn is like you can get attack, like you can attack it. It costs 4 mana. It costs double the mana. Like I think almost always I'd rather just have the Null Rods because you can play it on turn 1. You really want to be able to play it on turn 1. See, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Like I can't realistically counter this, right? Like I just get Flusterstormed. So maybe I was supposed to Mind Break Trap the Opal so I can't get Flusterstormed here. I don't know. It's super bad for me. Because my deck is really not going to be able to play through Flusterstorm very well. That was a Saga. It would have been super bad. All right. Well, now if they have a payoff on this turn, at least I trap it. Are they just going to get Lurrus? Shit. They keep expertly playing around my Mind Break Trap. So like it's super bad. All right, I want a Mana Crypt. I found a Mana Crypt. All right, wow, that's really good for me. So the problem with this is I currently don't beat Flusterstorm. So I think we're just gonna go for an end step PO. Also, this holds up Hardcast Trap, so currently the Lurrus doesn't matter because the Lurrus doesn't have anything to bring back. But the Lurrus will start mattering if they find like a piece of Volt Key and they start like, and I don't have like trap for it. Though if you do exile like a negation or trap a time vault or a manifold a time vault from this deck, it's super strong for you because they really have very little ways to win besides Volt Key. They're almost entirely on Volt Key to win the game. The only other way they have to win the game is Saga. Which is why if you actually bring in 2 needles against this deck and you needle Saga and you needle Time Vault, they almost can't win the game. That happened recently on one of my other videos. All right, so I'm hoping they play a bunch of spells and then with the 3rd spell on the stack, we PO in response and then trap with their Fluster is the play. So they have white. They have triple white here, so they can play Lurrus. I don't care about Lurrus right now, so I'm not going to do anything about Lurrus. Yeah, I mean, but these are things that shouldn't exist. Like, I shouldn't be able to beat your whole deck with 2 2 needles. Like, you should have a singular answer in your deck, you know? To like, I guess there's a Shattering Spree now, so you can bring in a Shattering Spree. But if you're bringing in a Shattering Spree to beat needles, is that like really what you want to be doing? Like, wouldn't you rather, I don't know, play something with more versatility? They didn't have a Shattering Spree the last time I looked, so it looks like maybe Shirkan has changed the plan a little bit. But PO... Okay, so I think the answer here is force the PO pitching force. And then if they fluster that, then I PO in response. And if they do anything more, I can trap the whole stack. Or I can hardcast Trap on the Flusterstorm. No, they're a Lurrus deck. They can't play Urza. And they don't play Repeal. So here is Pyroblast. All right, so I'm going to crack my fetch. And PO, and I'm hoping their last card is Flusterstorm. Okay. That's actually kind of bad for me because I don't have... I actually just don't have anything here. So I guess I can repeal their Mana Crypt. Okay. Okay, yeah, I mean, they get this PO for 4. I didn't think that's how that would work out, but... Am I favored after this? I think the answer is yes, because I should be able to tinker with Mindbreak Trap back up next turn, but... Maybe I should have just... I just felt like hardcasting Mindbreak Trap there was way too bad, because if my opponent did have a Flusterstorm, I just lose the whole stack war. Like, they drew, what, the same number of cards as I did? So... Am I happy? I don't know. Like, now if they have Fluster plus like a payoff spell here, I lose off of their draw 4. Looks like they might have an Engineer. I'm just letting everything go, probably, and just trying to win on my turn with Tinker. I mean, I had to make... I think the play I made was the one I was supposed to make. The only problem here is I did board out... Did I board out Volkey? No, I didn't board out Volkey. Okay. Yeah, so I'm just going to let everything happen, and then hopefully we can play all of our mana plus Tolarian Academy and tinker with Mindbreak Trap back up. It might be good enough. Another force would be what we really want, or like our own Flusterstorm or something. Hullbreaker. Breacher, I should say, I guess. They don't have hardcast force up right now. So do I have enough mana? 1, 2, 3. I do. I have exactly enough mana. I think I'm actually gonna get rid of the jet because PO. If they have nothing, it's obviously great for me as well. Okay, so they did draw Fluster. One, two, three, four, 5. Nice. I feel like we played this game pretty well. I should hold priority. All right, just looking for another mana source. There we go. And then I can repeal my Mana Crypt. Got him. Okay. I feel like we played that game really, really well. It was probably a really good match. I haven't had a match like that where I felt like I really did the thing I was supposed to do in a while. Nice. Okay, here we go. Round 3, Vintage Challenge. Last seen playing 4-color tempo. This hand looks fine. Looks like a keeper to me. All right, deploy the Mana Vault, pass the turn. This hand's not the most powerful, but it does the thing. All right, Scalding Tarn pass the turn. Okay, not a terrible draw. Definitely hold this in case I want to brainstorm. Okay, what do we got here? Is it an end of turn ancestral? Brainstorm. All right, well, I'm going to fetch, and I'm going to try to play a Fairy Mastermind here and get a card draw off this. Yuta! Get in there! Steal some cards! Bet you didn't expect that one, opponent. Value. Value. And then if they cantrip on their next turn, more cards. Heck yeah. This card's sweet. Big fan. Would flash in again. Okay, that builds us to PO. All right. All right, what do you got for us? Though this does not get value if they cast Expressive Iteration. Oh, no, you're not going to Wrenn and 6 my Fairy Mastermind. They're going to Wrenn and 6 my Fairy Mastermind. I could have flashed into. I'm getting brutally murdered. No, not like this. Who plays this card in Vintage? Like, they clearly have backup. Goes down to 1, goes up to 2. It's fine. And this only works because they have exactly on color Moxen. Sag. I guess any of their Moxen would have worked, actually. This is fine. Everything's fine. Yeah, I guess we were supposed to flash in too. It's okay. We have another one. We can end step it, try to kill the thing. We also have like a pretty reasonable PO. We could even like respond to a cantrip, flash it in, they shoot it, and I PO it. Oh, wait a second. Change of plans. We're just casting PO right now. Okay. Not exactly ideal. I think I just pass. Was hoping to draw another PO off that, but Raphael will always tell you that PO for 3 always draws a PO and always wins the game. It is simply untrue. Okay. I think we're just going to do some tempoing here. We might actually activate this Fairy Mastermind. Activating Fairy Mastermind could get our Fairy Mastermind killed. Maybe I'll just activate it off Mana Vault. We draw 2 cards. They draw 1 card. Well, I guess if they kill it in response, that would be bad. They did actually drew Lightning Bolt. All right. Unlucky. Value. Think of the value we just gained. Think of the incremental card advantage we just gained. God, I have so much mana. Well, if they don't have a Wasteland, Saga Gaming could be reasonable here. I think I'm just going to hold on to the Lotus. I don't really want to show them that I have no cards. Well, we have places to go. We have a Fairy Mastermind. Nah, maybe I'll just play this Lotus out. All right, well, time to figure out if they have a Wasteland or not. Wasteland Gamers. Do we get the natural value here off of our Fairy Mastermind and expose it to Renin 6? I think so. I think I'm willing to make this trade. Well, no, this only triggers when they draw their second card for turn. So if they cast this Ponder, we can't trigger out on end step with an activation. So, and even if they were Pyroblast in response here, I can still untap my Vault and activate to make sure I draw a card. No shuffle. Twisties. Will I activate again? I think the answer is no. Is the answer no? It feels like the answer is no. They still need to have exactly Wasteland here. I guess I could have Beseiju as well. I mean, this Twisty is not the best, but it looks good. They did not shuffle. I mean, if they have any Delve spell here, it's pretty bad for me. If they have like anything, it's pretty bad for me. We drew a little bit too much mana, as you can tell by my 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 mana sources in play. Oh, we're going booing? Okay, I see you, opponent. Not tapped out, but taking some damage. Oh, they're tapped out. They're tapped out. All right, so if they don't have force, we get a wheel here. Wheel looks pretty good here. Imagine if I draw a Hull Breacher too. Time Walk? Well, Time Walk baits a counterspell pretty hard, right? We might not even be supposed to Twister. No, we're definitely supposed to Twister. All right, so I will cast Time Walk. That's like nuts. Like, they have to force this if they have force. Okay. Oh, yeah. This game is super over. Super over. I've never seen a more over game in my life. That was a solid. I guess there's like no more mana for us to draw in my deck. All I can do is draw gas. All right, found all my POs. This game is in dead time. Doesn't really feel like a Citadel angle to me. Or we have like deterministically drawing through our deck, so probably should untap for blue mana actually. Do I enjoy casting PO? Yeah, it's okay. It's not as fun as it used to be, but still pretty fun. The game was sweet. Yo, Yuta's card is awesome. Like, Fairy Mastermind did work there. I mean, I guess I was supposed to play 2 Fairy Masterminds. I didn't think I was supposed to play 2 Fairy Masterminds, but now that I look back on it, playing 2 Fairy Masterminds there would have been really, really good. It was a misplay. It was a misplay, I think. I didn't want to use my Time Vault because I wanted to be able to play PO, but 2 Masterminds might have been good enough. All right, so we're playing against walkers, 4-color walkers. What do we want? You don't really have sideboard cards for 4-color walkers because it's not really a deck. I don't really know what we're supposed to bring in here. Let's take a look at their last list. 2 Oof main. I like that. That's good deck building. 10 planeswalkers. 2 fluster. 1 bolt. 3 iterations. No preordains. Actually, I got pretty lucky, huh? I feel like I got pretty lucky to get actual value. They're going to bring in double Pyroblast. Beseiju. Maybe Vigor. I think this Needle is like terrible. I don't even know if I want Dismember. I think I do want to just drop Vault Key though. Like if I drop Vault Key and play Trap Fluster on their turn, and then yeah, I like that. I don't think Sphinx is like. I guess they do have 1 Beseiju. Sphinx is probably fine. It lets me probably drop like Mystical Twister. And then I can play a Dismember. I don't really like Dismember here. Maybe I'll just leave in Twister. Obviously, Oof is still good against us, but we can play against Oof fine. This hand's sweet. Uh-oh. Turn 1 Minximbu. Uh-oh. Turn 1 Collector Oof. This hand's Turn 1 Collector Oof is really good against this hand. Okay, fair enough. You got me. Good sequencing. They played around Mindbreak Trap. Oh, come on, man. What is this? What is this hand? Black Lotus can cast all of my spells? Come on now. At least they have the Collector of Ragavan combo, known for being extremely powerful. Oh, they can't cast any more spells, though, so that's nice. And we have an active Saga, and they have no Wasteland, so I think we're currently winning this game. Right now, I think we're currently winning this game, because they played the Forbidden combo. Collector Roof, turn off my Ragavan. Yeah. Oops. My deck doesn't function when I play my cards together. All right, so my opponent needs to draw exactly Wasteland right now, or they are losing. However, if they draw Wasteland, they are winning. Saga, yeah, I mean, like I have said since the very, very beginning, if you have the land drops, Saga can beat Oof. If you don't have the land drops, your Saga is worse against Oof. Like, I don't know what people like, and not you, but like people always like were like, Justin, what are you talking about? Like, yes, it sometimes is winning and it's sometimes losing. They did draw exactly Vigor, so that's good for them. Someone like commented recently on my the video I made where it was like, how do we slow down vintage or something like that, or like what do people want to do to slow down vintage? They're like, your view of Saga has really changed. And I'm like, no, it has not. It's exactly the same as it always been. It's a very reasonable viewpoint of Saga with the positives and the negatives both viewed in the same sentence. I know it's crazy. A card can sometimes be good and sometimes be bad. It has positives and negatives. Losing my mind. All right, this always makes me. I don't think Aggrovine is a very vintage playable card, but when you pair Aggrovine with Collector Roof and the card actually does nothing, I don't like it very much. Saga seems well positioned right now. I don't think I agree. I think Saga is not very well positioned. I should draw first. I've played against some very odd decks in this tournament so far. Here's like you can kind of like, obviously it doesn't matter because we had the ability to make our Saga tokens. But if we didn't have the ability to make our Saga tokens, our land actually has vanishing. Like, we're not actually getting anything off of this. Though I guess if we had put Needle in our deck, we could Needle Wasteland or something. But I don't really like Needle against like the Force of Vigor or Beseiju deck. Doesn't really feel like it's strong enough. But I'm going to bring in this top just in case I mean, like, opponent is probably incentivized to block with this Collector Roof. But we're like, I think we're winning by a lot if we have the ability to use our artifacts. So like, if our opponent loses this Collector Roof, I would say we're extremely far ahead. What opponent needs now is to draw another Vigor, which they have in their deck. So if we draw another Island or Saga, then we can actually draw 3 off of our artifacts in play, which is really nice. The fact that my opponent had maybe close to their best possible draw in their deck and it's not very close is not a good sign. Maybe I shouldn't say best possible, because obviously they could have hit land and Wasteland and whatever, but Black Lotus 3 1-drop or 3 1 and 2-drop creatures is like pretty close to all you can ask for. Ooh, they found Vigor green card naturally. No draw spells. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. We're safe. Everything is fine. If my opponent does chump with the Collector Roof, I don't think we're POing it on our turn. I think we're going to wait until their end step. They do have lethal constructs on the next turn here. I guess they get a Aggrovine hit, which is kind of nice. If they hit like Flusterstorm or Ancestral, maybe. All right, I mean, Flusterstorm doesn't do anything either. Like, they probably had to jump block with this Collector Roof at some point, right? They're coming in. They must have Vigor. I think maybe they had Vigor green card last turn, and they were waiting for... Oh my god, they hit my repeal. Bruh. I guess that doesn't actually matter very much. Because I still have... Oh, no, it does, because it's not lethal anymore. They hit my repeal. Wow. That's, like, got to be one of the best possibles, right? Maybe the best possible. Oh, no, it looks like they have... If they're not casting repeal, it means that they have Vigor with Pyroblast backup. That's nuts. If they drew 4 cards and the cards were Vigor, green card, Pyroblast, that must be what they have, right? Nothing else makes sense. It has to be exactly Vigor, green card, Pyroblast. That's the only way this play makes any sense. That's incredible. I mean, yeah. And it has to be Pyroblast. It can't be Fluster because I can pay for Fluster. It was Force blue card. No, they had Fluster. They had Force blue card, Force green card are the 4 cards they drew. All right, we're losing. That's crazy. Wow. That's unbelievable. Okay. I've been beaten. Losing that game from that position is probably like 1 in 100 games. The reason they didn't cast repeal... Yeah, there's no reason not to... Maybe they thought Flusterstorm was on. They probably thought Flusterstorm was on or something. Yeah, I mean, losing this game is absurd. Just, like, actually incredible. But it's fine. We'll play game 3 on the play. They didn't even use the repeal. Definitely should just use the repeal. No reason not to there. I mean, we're not even like super bad against Collector Roof. Like we have a bunch of 2/1 flyers and 3/2s and stuff. Yeah, that's fine. It has some downsides, obviously, but this hand is fine. Could I have done anything different in that game to win? Was there like a different play I could have made somewhere? Can't really think of anything. I mean, they're not guaranteed to have to force. Also, they can draw another card. I mean, I think I would probably just straight up repeal there. Oh, you know, maybe they're like they don't win if I have Fluster and they have Fluster though. Like they're thinking about flustering, but like they're never winning a Fluster versus Fluster because I have 2 extra mana. I'm pretty sure you're just supposed to repeal there. Am I getting turn 1 Vigored again? No. Okay. Okay. We got a monkey? No, we've got a probe. So now they know my hand. So now they can turn 2 Vigor me with Pyroblast or Fluster backup, I guess. I can't play PO in response. Yeah, that looks like what's happening. That's going to be very sad for us. Oh, wait, we're passing? I'm just going to resolve my PO. I don't want them to have Pyro or Fluster. I don't overdraw anyways. So. I guess they could have their own negation, but so be it. They had Fluster. Okay. Well, I had to beat Fluster anyways, so... All right, sure. My opponent knows these 2 cards. They don't know if I have negation live or not. We might just not have enough action in this game to win. Like, we can just draw a bunch of lands and mana, and I'll probably lose. That's a great draw. That's an awesome draw. Thank you, Yuta. I need you. I need your services right now. I need drawing cards. What is this? Okay. My opponent knows I have negation. Red, monkey. I assume. Monkey, no dash. Oh, Ren and 6. Yeah, I'm just going to Negate that for sure. Not even close. Strip mine. Interesting. They should just say they should not strip mine me there, I think. They should probably just save it for a saga. All right, now they know none of my cards. I guess if they have like a second Ren and 6 or something. Wow. What's the likelihood that resolves? Gotta be pretty reasonable, right? If they have Vigor Green, like they have red representing Vigor Green card this game, but maybe they just use their green card. I did bring in Sphinx. I don't think I'm supposed to go Sphinx, though. I think I'm just supposed to tinker here for Citadel. I'm going to go Citadel. I don't think Sphinx is right here. Twisties. That's very dangerous. All right. Oh, I probably should have just cast that Mastermind off the top. Repeal my Sapphire. I definitely should have cast my Fairy Mastermind off the top. I wasn't thinking. Repeal my Sapphire. Play land off the top. Play Crypt off the top. Fetch land. Misstep. Sapphire. Manival. I can tinker for top. But I think it's better to just PO these artifacts. I don't think I want to pick up the Mastermind. Maybe I'll pick up this Mastermind. High power gaming, baby. Twister has been really good today. Tinker's also been very good, but I mean, we all knew that. It's just, it feels like it's been so long since I've cast Tinker, but I keep putting Tinker in these decks. I just haven't drawn him in the last couple of weeks. So far, actually, the Fairy Masterminds have been pretty reasonable in all the matchups so far. Besides, obviously, Bizarre because we didn't get to play, but like, this card seems pretty good. Pretty good. It does a really strong thing. And it's very activatable with our mana base. Okay, here we go. Round 4, Vintage Challenge. We're up against Frowning Table. We're either getting Bizarre Gamered again or they are on Prison Shops. Can't put that back. Hopefully we don't get Vigored. God, if we get Vigored, it's so bad for us. It's crazy. It's so bad for us if we get Vigored. It's like super doomed. All right, they kept a 7-card hand, which means they're likely on Bizarre. You're rooting for Jacob if they're a Bizarre gamer? You can root for them if they're a Prison Shops gamer. If they're a Bizarre gamer, it's illegal to root for the Bizarre gamer. Illegal. All right, we didn't get Vigored. Good sign. Wasteland? Any Wastelanders? Oh my god, they're dredging. Bruh. All right, we lose our paradoxical outcome. I don't think a Saga beats Dredge here. Kind of unfortunate. Could have been worse. Could have got Vigored. Yep. So my bizarre opponents have kept a 7-card bizarre hand in all 4 games so far. Seems reasonable. No Needle Main. You can definitely play a Needle Main in this list. I just chose not to. I can still get Vigored. True. True. Oh, Hull Breacher, you are late. You are absolutely late to the party here. Unfortunately, Hull Breacher does not stop them if they have any dredgers. However, if my opponent misses on a dredger off the Stinkweed Imp, we do get a thing. So it might be worth it to play the Hull Breacher here. Is it better or worse than a Construct here? Maybe I'm not supposed to play the second Saga, actually. I just don't think the game's going to last long enough. I think I'm supposed to play the Hull Breacher here in case they miss, or in case I draw Time Twister. They could miss. It's draw 5. It's Dredge 5, which is not a small amount. Dredge 5 did not miss. They hit Stinkweed Imp, Golgari, Grave Troll. All right, well, now we're on top deck Time Twister. Do we get a turn? My opponent's hit like every chill as well. Damn, Dredge is... No, come on! What is going on? My opponents have had... All 4 games have had double bizarre 7-card hands. Is this real life? Draw. Is this good enough? Do we win if this happens? Is this a win? If we is this a win? I feel like I get a Black Lotus. Maybe Black Lotus is worse than... No, I kind of think I wanted Black Lotus and shuffle it back in. Yo, Bizarre is fucked up. So it was, once again, a 7-card double Bizarre hand with double interaction. Crazy. It's crazy. How is this legal? All right, well, I have a lot of weight riding on this Time Twister. Just need a Time Vault, though. Those are good. I got my Lotus back as well. I think the Time Vault's the last card. The Time Walk's the last card we cast. What is the value of keeping this hold reacher in play? None, right? All right, we got resolvers here. I mean, I am the luckiest human being to ever live. Time Twister has just been unreasonably good today. It's crazy. It's crazy how good Time Twister has been today. Oh, right. They have no hand because we have a hold reacher. I kind of forgot about that. I'm pretty stupid, actually. I'm so dumb, man. I don't think I want to play that. We just need to time vault. I guess I can play that. Oh, I did it the wrong order. It's fine, I guess. I don't know. I feel like I'm playing kind of badly here. Maybe I'm supposed to play like Yuta. Still have a time vault coming. I already knew my top cards here. Yeah, we have time walk coming. It's fine. I also have Talarian Academy and Yuta plus Hold Reacher as well. I don't want to take any more damage. Let me look at my top cards before I send them away in case there's a time vault before I shuffle. All right, there's no time vault before I shuffle. So all right, there's the time vault. We just had to go kind of deep to find our time vault. All right, that was ridiculous. I don't think I played the back portion of that game very well. I probably could have optimized there, but it's fine. All right, we are extremely lucky to win that game after my opponents. I mean, pretty much the best hand they could have, right? Like it's got to be pretty close. We ripped the top deck Time Twister, which is probably the only card, actually the only card that gets us there, considering my opponent had a force and we had to use our hardcast negation for it. Sphinx Needle. We actually have Rab Traps, which is sweet here. Surgicals, which is great here. Not great here. Good here. Flusterstorm. And that's it. I don't know if we're supposed to like play negations and traps to help us protect on their turn. I think the answer is probably no. Repeal is only good against Chalice, really. Can we board out Saga? No. No, we cannot. I don't think you want to board out Saga either, so. Hull Reachers, Twister, Tinker, Time Walk, Mastermind. Mastermind kind of garbage here, right? Mental Misstep is pretty bad. Maybe we can go like some of these cards. Guess we don't technically need to take out Citadel. Like, we still want to be able to Hull Breacher them, but I don't think Fairy Mastermind is that good. I mean, we have a million blue cards, so we don't have to worry about blue count. Like, our blue count in this deck is extremely high because we have no other color cards. We're taking out 8 blue cards, and we have 24 blue spells left in our deck. So I think this is fine. Like, Repeal, like Mental Misstep is basically doing nothing. Repeal has got only like if they have a Chalice. Mastermind is like pretty bad, and it's possible you're supposed to keep in negations traps to help fight over Rav traps and extractions on their turn, but that kind of seems like pretty narrow to me. So I think this works out. It's kind of unfortunate because I did kind of plan on having like utilizing the traps like that, but I don't think it makes sense. Wow, that hand is bad. My opponent has kept 7 cards, which is how you know they're on Bazaar. Surgical. This my one repeal. This is probably not good enough. I think this one has to be a mulligan. Can't really play against 7-card Dredge with just a surgical extraction. Okay, this hand is much better. We can probably get away with bottoming Brainstorm Force. It's obviously a little rough against Grief, but I don't think we're allowed to keep Force blue card here, and this is our most powerful hand. Yeah, they kept 7 again. Yeah. There's just there's no need to mulligan for Bazaar. That's not necessary. So they discarded second Bazaar, Dredger, Vigor, and played a hollow one. They have a Grief. No, they have double hollow one. Well, I don't have a Tabernacle in my deck. So double hollow one is extremely problematic. Saga, then Lotus, then Soul Guide. Soul Guide's good here, though. Oh, we're getting my Lotus negated. Okay. Last card would have to be... This is still going to kill me too fast, right? If it was one hollow one, I think we'd be favored from here, but it being hollow 2 is... I think we're just not going to be able to be fast enough to beat hollow 2. They actually have Wasteland too. Wow. What am I doing? It's so doomed. And they're holding it for Tabernacle, but it's just super doomed. I have to draw and try to find a blue source. so bad. So bad. Yeah. I mean, I just can't beat seven card hands. They're just so strong. They had a third hollow one. Woo! All right, no dredgers, but I don't think that matters. The good news is we might get this Saga to go off because my opponent is worried about Tabernacle, which is fair. But no, they're not worried about Tabernacle anymore. After I Ancestraled? Huh. Interesting. It's kind of odd. Maybe they know I have no Tabernacles in my deck. No, my opponent's not stream sniping me. If anything, they know my deck list, so. But if they knew my deck list, they should just Wasteland the Saga right away so I don't have a mana to use. All right, this is the game where my opponent mulligans to 0. I've been told that is something that happens. So this casts Mystical Repeal Tinker. Sure. You're not keeping this, then what are you really doing, right? Mulligan to 6. Let's go. We got a mulligan to 6. We got one mulligan, baby. Yo, Repeal looking a little spicy here. Oh, we're just resolvers? Does Sphinx ever lose from this spot? I feel like the answer is maybe. I think I want to go Citadel. Do I play I mean, it's clear they have no vigor, right? So I feel like playing Mastermind's better. Oh, I hit the one top. Oh my god. Yo, Tinker! That's a magic card. Is this what it's like to play Vintage where you have Tinker in your deck? Damn. Okay, here we go. Round 5, Vintage Challenge. Opponent is on Aggrovine. I've got a hand that has a Hull Breacher, and a turn 1 as well. If we were on the play, I think this hand would just be super game winning, but because we are not on the play, it could be hard depending on how much power they put into play. See what happens. They've mulled to 4, so Bazaar players do mulligan. Whoa. All right, I will take it. I'll take whatever luck I can get here. We got to keep rolling with the luck tide here. Okay, so yeah, definitely on Aggrovine, 4-card hand. Do we have a Bazaar? We have a Bazaar. Up to 5, down to 2 cards in play. Oof, oof, Hex Drinker. That's so good for us. So I think, yeah, it's okay if they have Vigor. So I'm just going to fetch a basic island. I guess I should not have fetched a basic island right away. I can probably get away with not playing this Mana Crypt, right? There's kind of no reason to play the Mana Crypt out. If they want to do nothing this turn to play around Hull Breacher, I think that's okay. We also have Fairy Mastermind Hold Reacher activations, which are nice. All right, they're just going to put their last card in their yard. Oh, they're going to put 2 Root Walls in play. All right, well, now all they have to do is draw Cradle, and we're actually in a pretty rough spot. Maybe I'm supposed to force the Hex Shrinker. It's kind of interesting. It kind of looks like I was supposed to force the Hex Shrinker, but I mean, we have so many draws that are great here, so I think we'll be okay. We drew Academy. All right, well, let's draw some cards. Yuta about to pop off. Maybe, oh, my first activation should not have been off Academy. I'm playing a little bit too fast. I'll slow down a little bit after this, sorry. I should have used my island first, so I would have gotten 1 more treasure off my Academy. All right. Still like the spot we're in. If my opponent does get greedy and attack with a Hex Shrinker, we can flash in another Hull Breacher. Oh, they're in a really rough spot here because they mulligan so much. And we're just going to be able to activate this Yuta a million times a turn. Oh, this is kind of really nice combination, huh? I kind of think this is actually really powerful. Oh, and we drew Reveal. Kind of want to take a picture of this. I didn't play that very well. I should definitely have slowed down. Sorry. We're going to slow down. Slow down. Okay. So I think the first thing I want to do is fetch. No, I can draw Saga. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to just... I think I'm going to hold the repeal until they put more money or more mana into the Hex Shrinker. So I think I'm going to just start by activating Yuta. Oh, Pio. Yeah, it's going to be pretty good. I mean, maybe I'm supposed to like do some other things here to sequence slightly better, but I don't think it matters very much. I can even play my Citadel if I draw it, so I might as well just keep POing. I mean, we're just so far ahead. Yuta plus Hull Breacher there was really sweet. You can also just go for Vault Key. It doesn't really matter, right? Maybe I'm just supposed to go for Twister. I don't know. I don't think anything I do here really matters. Just gonna cast my spells until I win. I'm not really trying to optimize here. Just doing things that end the game. All right, so a little lucky there. Our opponent took a rough mulligan. Let's bring not Soul Guide Lantern. Let's bring in Needle. Let's bring in Sphinx. We're definitely not bringing in Rav Trap, but will we be interested in bringing Surgical? It's possible. Dismember, definitely. Flusterstorm, possible as well. I just think Hull Breacher is really good right now in the current metagame. Yeah, welcome. Okay. Is Fairy a sideboard card? No, it's currently a main card. It's pretty good right now. All right, how do we build this? I feel like this is like one of those Vault Key out kind of deals. Citadel out. Do you keep in Flusterstorm? I'm not really. I mean, I don't even know if you want Surgical or extra Flusterstorm. Maybe we're on Saga, so we have to play Flusterstorm. I mean, definitely don't want Negation. So, yeah, I mean, I think Fairy's best home is probably going to be Legacy, but... I mean, there's like a lot of cards we can cut here. It just depends on what we want. So it has a pretty high amount of bad cards. I mean, maybe on the draw, we should just protect against Vengevine and play Surgical. That might help a little bit. I don't know if that's actually good, though. I do think Negation's definitely dead, so that's definitely out. And I think Probe is not very good. Top is not needed. Citadel is not needed. And Volkey is like kind of bad against their oof plan that they can like keep random oof hands. And we should be able to beat random oof hands with the other cards that we have. I think I like this idea. It might be overboarding. Something like that is fine. But we are going to try to slow down here. And no one reminded me to do the Temple of Illusions. No one reminded me. I must waifu. Hopefully there's still people doing it. Do I have anybody? No one is left. Oh no. Maybe I'll have to wait till tonight. That's so bad for me. Damn. That's not good. Okay, let's finish this match first. What do we got? This hand looks bad. If they play an oof, we die. If they don't play an oof, we die. Just mulligan this. It's fine. My opponent did powder a 7 and molt a 6. And kept a 6. I'm just going to mulligan the extra second island. Let's see if my opponent has a bizarre hand or an oof hand. It's a bizarre hand. I have to consider if I want... how I want to play this. Oh, 6 power this time. Okay. We are pretty much just going to lose to a Vigor. Or even a Wasteland. Maybe I have to play Island lead here. If I bait with my Moxen, it's still kind of bad for me, right? Maybe it's fine. Because I have Repeal. So if I go Island, Soul Ring, this lets me like bounce a creature or save my Moxen. And then I can go Saga Time Walk, immediately get things. That way I can beat Wasteland. Okay. Cradle. If they pump, I'll probably bounce. If not, I want to be able to bounce Collector Oof. Snake and Collector Oof? Or Snake and Pump? Oh, wait, that's the second one? Okay. Let's bounce this Hex Shrinker. All right, if I can find a way to not get wrecked by Vigor here, I think we're in an okay spot. Mana Crypt. Well, I guess that's like a pretty... the Time Walk, though... I guess it's fine, because if they Vigor 2 things, we still PO for 3 on the next turn. So I think it's better if I play my Mana Crypt out in case they go for Vigor. I can't PO in response. If they go for Vigor in response to my Saga trigger, I can PO in response. Could lose 3 life if that happens. So if I play Saga and they Vigor in response, I guess I can still pick up 2. So I think it's fine. And if I Time Walk, then I can't PO anyways. Because I don't have another blue source. So now if I get Vigored, it's bad, but it's not like game losing. I mean, it's probably close to game losing. Okay, I didn't get Vigored either. Okay. So... well, now the answer is simply PO, because they didn't have Vigor. Do I play my Needle first? Yes. Because that way, if they activate, I can activate in response. Okay, so now I can just PO and not worry about getting Vigored. So this exposes my Saga. Huh. No, it doesn't expose my Saga. I have no, I do. I have 3 mana. I shouldn't play this Needle. I don't think I should have played this Needle. I think I should have just PO'd with 2 mana floating, and it's fine if I get Vigored. Okay. I don't know. It's kind of has some merit either way. But now I can get Vigored and not get a Construct, which is pretty bad for me. I'm not even sure I'm naming Bazaar. I might be like naming Hex Shrinker. Oh god. Yeah, that's bad. I drew land, force. I guess force, I can just force it. Am I winning? I guess I am winning. Hex Shrinker, Hex Shrinker. I'm just going to name Bazaar. I think that's okay. And then... this is fine. Don't play out Mana Crypt. Pass. Force up. Repeal up. And I have bigger constructs than their team. Okay. Well, not bigger than their team yet, but... I actually have Repeal on Vengevine at some point as well. Chalice on 0. Sure. Wasteland. That's a good draw. Should I have named Wasteland? I guess I should have played my Mana Crypt out so I could block. Do they have Hex Shrinker still after this? Yeah, I see that. I mean, I still have profitable blocks on contracts, just not on Vengevine. Like, I'm just gonna block this Basking Root Walla here. I don't think this is bad. I don't know. Playing the Mana Crypt out is like really, really risky in this game. I don't think I'm supposed to play the Mana Crypt out. This also looks bad for me. I think I'm just supposed to force this. Though now I have to trade on this Vengevine. I don't know. Playing the Mana Crypt out looks really bad from this point of view. I don't think I want the Mana Crypt to be in play. This Wasteland might save them, though. I didn't draw very well off this PO. I think I need to draw like another PO, probably. Or just an artifact is actually fine. Island is not fine, though. Island is the opposite of fine. Now, they pitched 2 Hex Shrinkers. I don't think their last card's Hex Shrinker. Even if it was, I don't think it's the biggest deal. It's pretty bad. They have another Collector Roof. Oh, they have Boseiju kill me. Wow. I mean, I don't know if I could have done something differently here. I could have not named... Wow. I just have nothing because my PO just drew all blanks. Oh, could I have done something differently in this game? Like, my only real optional choice was the needle, right? Oh, so if I just, like... Wow, I don't know. I feel like I just drew so bad. Playing the crypt is so bad. There's no world in which we're playing the crypt there. Stop saying play the crypt. Yeah, I could have let Needle resolve and went for an extra card, but if I do that, I can get Vigored, right? Turn 1 Saga. I think turn 1 Saga was not good, right? If I recall correctly. Am I really supposed to be Sphinxing in this matchup? Like, they have 4 Besiegers. Yes, I know it makes the construct eat the Vengevine, but they can just not attack, and then I lose to my Mana Crypt. I understand. I think playing the Mana Crypt out is really bad. No. My opponent's deck is not really a graveyard deck. I think I just drew badly and lost. I think the plays I made were great. Naming Wasteland with the needle. I just don't think that's good either. I mean, maybe that one is like a little bit more defensible. I mean, if I do that, they just get strip mine, right? There's just no way we could ever play the Mana Crypt there. No shot. These hands are horrible. These hands are just terrible. These hands are just not good. Even when I only have 1 Mox Opal, it's garbage. This hand is good. I win 7 flips. Have you been on the stream before? This hand is like really banking on them having no Boseiju, but I guess it's not banking totally on them having no Boseiju, but how do we even play this hand out? We have to put 2 cards back. I don't have 3 needles. Oh, you mean in the future? No, I'm playing Ravenous Trap because Dredge is the most played Bazaar deck by a large amount. We just paired against the other 2 this time. Ravenous Trap is not for this deck. On my opponent, I just get rid of Flusterstorm here, right? I think so. Like, you have to have a balance of ways to clear the yard and ways to stop them from bazaring. Like, Needle is only really good or great on the play, where Ravenous Trap is actually good on the draw against Dredge. All right, my opponent has a 5-card hand. And we have Ancestral and we have Tinker. So, see what happens. Bazaar. Activate Bazaar. Up to 7, down to 4, plus whatever happens off this Bazaar. Only 2 Vengevines left in their deck. Only 3 Vigors, only 3 Oofs, only 3 green Rootwallows. Something I'm really worried about is the fact that I just like don't really have ways to beat Hollow One. Maybe I have to like play some Tabernacles or something, but Tabernacle isn't even good against this deck either, so. Dismember, interesting. I guess that makes sense. So they actually they discarded a Hollow One. They had triple Hollow One, discard Hollow One, which means they have Vigor green card in their hand. All right, we're just dead. We're just dead. Oh, wait. They don't have Vigor. So they have Beseiju, maybe? Okay. So we're just going to tinker for a Sphinx and hope they don't have Beseiju. That's all we can do, right? Yeah. All right, cool. They have to have green. They have to take Beseiju and mana, so. All right, this is fine. And then eventually we can play a Hull Breacher and stop their Bazaring. Playing around Tabernacle. Well, what's their last card? They chose not to play this Hollow One, and they had a Mox Emerald, so they can play all the power and play around like a Tabernacle, right? So they kept one card, Wasteland. Maybe they kept Wasteland. Oh, I mean, if they have a Beseiju, they would just use it right away. So they don't have a Beseiju yet. I think I would no. I think the Ancestraling there is too risky. I do think I'm going to Ancestral here, though. Maybe I should have Ancestral pre-combat. Wow, I missed. I actually missed on a land or Mox. So I can't play a Time Walk. That's so bad for me. I can't stress just how bad that is for me. It's really, really bad. I don't even think there's a good mystical here, right? They get to actually look for a Beseiju on this activation. If they find Beseiju here, we are in so much trouble. They found it. They found it. Oh, no, it's Collector Roof. Okay. Whoa. Oh, oh, I'm so scared. Oh, oh, okay. All right. I think we are in great spots now. I was so scared, chat. I don't know if you're allowed to play this Collector Roof. I think you're just supposed to hold it and go for Beseiju. Like, playing this Collector Roof doesn't seem like it makes them enough sense to me. So there's nothing I can Mystical for, right? Yeah, I don't think you're allowed to play that Collector Roof. Because they don't have a green source now. No, I'm just gonna naturally draw here. Try to find mana. Repeal. I think it's just worse. Mysticaling is just worse than not Mysticaling. I don't think they have any outs now, right? Because of Time Walk, they're dead on board now. As long as we don't repeal their Emerald. Wow, I don't know if I played this game correctly, but I do feel extremely blessed to actually come out on top here. I don't know if I was supposed to win this game. They can't play this oof, though. I think playing this oof is not good. Oh, I feel very lucky. I mean, I feel unlucky about losing game 2, but I feel very lucky about winning this game because I think if my opponent just mulligans like one less card, we just have no chance. I feel like all of our wins today have been scraping like the very, scraping the bottom of the lucky jar. I don't think I played badly today, but I don't think I played like extremely well. I feel like we've just like drawn a lot of tinkers. Which I guess is what you need to win a Magic tournament, right? Draw a lot of tinkers. All right, here we go. Round 6 of 7. We're up against Elf Kid. I haven't seen Elf Kid in the vintage queues recently. So I'm not actually sure what they're playing. But we'll see. Bruh. Why? Why can't I just have a blue source instead of a manifold key? Imagine if we had an island. This hand is perfect. I might even keep this hand on the draw, but on the play, I just can't keep this one. It's so close. Yo, imagine if this was like a sapphire or an even better, an opal. Opal, play Hull Breacher, untap, PO, force backup. Unlucky. All right, mulligan. Oh, not like this. There's so many blue cards in this hand. They kept 7. Okay, we're shipping in. We're going in, boys. We are going in. We're jewel shops now. I'm doing the thing. Casting the spell. Ooh, it's a resolver. We got a resolver. Everything's coming up heads today. Sheesh. I can't believe we had a resolver. We're even like pretty well covered versus a variety of things by having a Hull Breacher and a Saga and a Force. It's not over yet, but it is a nice spot. See if our opponent decides to play this out. I didn't think they would. Huh. And yeah, and hard cast negation using Sapphire and Key. True. I don't even know if I saw that. Man, we are just running like we're running in a way. We're definitely running in a way. Okay. I don't think I've seen Elf Kid in a vintage event in a long time, but I'm just gonna make sure that is the case. And Elf Kid has a pretty wide range, but I don't know. I kind of like always think that they're gonna be on Bazaar. It could be on shops though. I don't know. Let's see what the last time we had an Elf Kid in vintage was. 3/18/23 playing Initiative Tinker. Interesting. I mean, I had to mold a 5. I had the hand, and we just threw it out there and said, "Good luck, have fun." I don't know if we can make any sideboarding choices here because our opponent did concede our Citadel Resolve, but they could still be a blue deck where they just didn't have a force hand. I don't know if I'm allowed to make a sideboarding choice here. Like, I think my opponent, like, they've played Golos in the past, so it's possible they're on Golos. Do we need to make very many switches if they're on Golos? Not really. Like, Mental Misstep could come out. I think I'm just going to resubmit my 75 or 60 here. And we'll just do it. A hand has a little bit too much mana, but probably still a keep. Opponent's on mulligan to 6. Yo, thanks for joining us. Mulligan to 5. Maybe they're on Bazaar. Like, I don't think this is hand. I don't think 4. I don't think my hand is particularly good against Bazaar, though. So even if they have a 4-card Bazaar hand, I think they're probably favored anyways. I didn't bring in any of my Bazaar. Maybe I'm supposed to, like, hedge and bring in a Needle and a Soul Guide Lantern, because they can be found off of Saga. That could be true. That could be maybe something I should have done. Like, if I had just taken out, I don't know what I take out, but if I, like, hedge my bets and put in Needle Lantern here, that might have made a lot of sense. Because if a Citadel resolves on turn 1 and then they concede, they're probably Bazaar or Shops, but like they could still be blue, obviously. But I think I would lean towards Bazaar or Shops. The problem is Lantern's not very good against Shops. Okay against Bazaar. Or it says okay against Shops, but I'm not sure. It seems like it would make sense to maybe put maybe at least put a Needle in my deck. So maybe small edges could have been gained. No, I mean, I think if they don't think they can beat an active Citadel, they should definitely concede, so I don't know what they're playing. Like, if I know they're on Bazaar after they do that, then I will bring in all my Bazaar hate, so. Okay, they're on, looks like they're on Golos then. Oh, they could be on Initiative or Jewel. They're on 2 cards left after Ancient Tomb Soul Ring. Okay. Ooh, interesting. Hullbreacher could be good if they're on Jewel. I think I am going to play... If they Wasteland me off of Tolarian Academy, I don't even know if that's bad for me. So I think I'm going to go Academy, Jet, Pass, and then hold open Ancestral and see what happens. Like, if my opponent takes this turn to Wasteland me, I think that's okay, because I have a Saga. Crypt, I mean, if they play Jewel here, it's so good. Man, imagine if I had another mana source. I found the Force, and now I have a Hull Breacher. It's probably game. They can't force back because they have 1 card. Saga Go would have lost me the game, so definitely not Saga Go. All right, I feel like we're in a great spot now. Even if they have another coveted Jewel or a PO or something, I have Hull Breacher, so. So they can PO in response to my Hull Breacher here. I'm going to just repeal their Soul Ring as bait. Okay. I'm just going to wait then. Yeah, this looks really good. My opponent had to mulligan too much. Like, they mulliganed to a Jewel. Like, turn 2 Jewel, not bad. And I almost lost. Like, if I didn't hit Force, I think we're in a really bad spot, obviously. Tapped. Are they just dead here? Construct for my 3rd mana. Hull Breacher for 3 damage. I mean, they're pretty dead. Yeah, I mean, we high rolled them and they low rolled, but that's kind of what my opponent's deck does, right? So I think our matchup versus Jewel should be a lot better than other Tinker decks because of Hull Breacher, and I mean a little bit because of Fairy Mastermind, also because we're on 6 forces. I don't know if all the other Tinker decks are still on 6 forces or are on 6 forces, but I know none of the other PO decks are on 6 forces like this. So we take these. We take these. One more. Okay, here we go. 7th and final round of this vintage challenge. We are within striking distance of the top 8. We need to win this round to join, you know, Y Prince up there in the top 8 land. Let's see what we can do. Win and in. This hand is no good. Our opponent is the showcase winner for... Were they a showcase winner? They were something. RCQ? They won something recently. But they're like a legacy master who has been playing some mono white in Vintage recently. This hand is a mulligan, though. It's mulligan. I expect my opponent to be on mono white. This is Hull Breacher into Mystical Wheel. No, it's not Hull Breacher. Well, it is. Hull Breacher into... No, it's not. It's 1 mana short of that. But still going to be played here, for sure. I guess we could technically choose whether or not to Hull Breacher, and we could actually go Mystical Tinker as well, depending on what my opponent's turn 1 play is. The problem is if they play like an Archon or a Thalia, then we don't really want to do that, right? I mean, either way, I don't think we're allowed to mulligan this hand, so... Oh, maybe I'm supposed to fetch, actually, in case they play Archon. Yeah, I was supposed to fetch. Oh, slow down. TFT makes me speed up. I gotta slow down for Magic here. I was supposed to play the fetch land in case they play an Archon. But, I messed that up, so... we gotta keep playing through. If they play like turn 1 initiative creature, it's the best possible thing that could happen because then we can just go Mystical for Tinker and Tinker. If they play turn 1 Thalia, then we probably play... I don't know, Mystical for... Maybe it's just Mystical for Ancestral if they play Thalia. Yeah, it's Vintage. Could definitely lose me the game. Absolutely. I was just like, oh, I don't want to fetch because I want to use my mana this turn to play my Mana Vault. But no, that's wrong because of Archon of Emeria. Okay. Slow down. We might still do that. I just don't know if that's good. I haven't decided yet. Like, tinkering a Citadel into a Thalia is, like, kind of sus. But, we'll see. All right, Caracas Go? In what world are we going Caracas Go? All right, well, you're getting tinkered. They kept 7-card Caracas Go? Maybe they misclicked. How can they keep 7-card Caracas Go? Oh, hopefully we don't give them another turn. PO for 1. Not ideal. Fairy Mastermind. Sure. Hull Breacher. Sure. Ancestral. All right, these are good draws. So Twister probably wins the game now. How many things am I supposed to pick up here? Probably... Is it all of them? Maybe just Yuta? I think it's pretty important, actually. There's like a reasonable chance I don't... Like, I use all my life points and can't win on this turn. I think this is a reasonably important decision. Well, the Hull Breacher makes Time Twister lethal, where Yuta doesn't do anything. So I think I'm just going to put these 3 back. Repeal. That's fine. It's a cycle. I'm at 6 life. Just need a key or a twister. Can't be mystical. Can be... I am getting evoked on my mastermind, probably. Yeah, this is fine. Yeah, that's fine. I'll take the 2 life back. Sapphire, Lotus, Cycle Sapphire, Sapphire, Cycle Sapphire. That's what I'm saying, right? We just bricked, right? Not bricked, but we're in a rough spot now. We don't have a Saga. So we'll just play this land. We do have activate Fairy Mastermind as well. This is definitely a go down to 3 angle. Key. Got there. I think that was... This deck is not like the best Citadel deck, but... We did get there. And we have no mana crypts in play. Yuta... Breacher. We drew a lot of our lands. I should not have taken the fetch lands. I still think you want to give yourself the ability to twist, but maybe it's fine. There was probably some equity in hiding some amount of cards, but I typically don't bother with hiding cards very much when I stream because, well, I'm streaming. So if you want to see my cards, like, if you want to know my list, like, you probably know my list. All right. I'm very surprised. My opponent is a very powerful gamer. I think keeping Caracas Go is usually on the draw especially on the draw is pretty unadvisable, especially with no like Chancellor or anything, but we went down to 3, so Twister wasn't live. That's a fair point. That's a fair point. Okay, so this is our first match versus Mono White with this deck. I think it should be okay, especially on the play. So it's good that we won on the play. We have Dismembers, which I think are necessary, but we don't have Dress Downs, which I did consider playing in my deck. I decided that I didn't want to play Dress Down, but you definitely could play Dress Down. We're going to bring in Mindbreak Trap on the draw, and we are going to bring in maybe Sphinx. We're definitely taking out Flusterstorm, taking out Mental Misstep. I don't think like countering swords or anything is good. Taking out Gataxian Probe. And then Repeal still bounces Null Rod, negation on the draw. So the question is like, do we want Sphinx over another one of these magic cards? I think I want the option of having a Sphinx, to be honest. Maybe the answer is the 4th repeal. Can't really see any other card that would be worse. Guess you could theoretically take out Pios on the draw. The 4th repeal just doesn't seem like it matters to me. Let's do this. So our goal here on the draw against mono white is to negate or force their first fast mana and then untap and try to combo. Not ideal because we're not like the best combo version of this deck, but Sphinx does die to removal, yes. But the problem is sometimes you just need a big lifelinker, and I think it's worth having. The nice part is, of course, it pitches a force as well. So, like, Sphinx is never going to be our plan A. So negation is technically not good against the mono white deck, but what you can use negation for is to negate their fast mana, because they need to play creatures ahead of curve. Their creatures cost 2 and 3 and 4. So if you actually negate like their Mana Crypt or their Black Lotus, it's actually strong. And also, you want to kind of fight over their mana because their creatures can be caverned. So negation is definitely good. Not great, but it's a game plan. So, okay, this hand doesn't do it. Mulligan. We have a lot of cards that are kind of medium in this matchup. Our deck is not exactly super tuned for mono white, but they mulliganed. We mulligan. This hand has to be a keep, I would assume. Is this a heap? Like, can this actually beat them? If they have a non-cavern, non-chancellor hand, we force their first play island go. It doesn't look good, actually. I wonder if this is a mulligan. It doesn't do anything powerful. It does have a force. Like, this hand, I would have to probably force, actually force a creature instead of a fast mana. I mean, I could force fast mana. I just don't know if that's enough here. This just doesn't, like, is this Saga going to be good enough? Is this Mastermind going to be good enough? I just don't think so. I mean, it doesn't do nothing. It has a force, but the force doesn't beat Chancellor, which is fair. I mean, it could technically beat Chancellor if I put back Island, but I don't think I would be putting back Island here. I'm pretty sure I'd be putting back PO. And like going Island go, Saga go, Island go kind of thing. Which just doesn't seem like a very powerful thing to do here. And probably loses to most mono white draws. So I think I'm just going to mulligan this. Okay. Fetch bottom, Saga bottom. Do your worst. No Chancellor. Mox Thalia, maybe? Then we can go Saga Emerald. Oh, no. Mox Pearl as well. And, man, our Force of Will hand would have been pretty good here. Yeah. At least we can play through that. Because we do have basic Island into Emerald on our turn, Ancestral on their turn. Wasteland. Do they have a Seasoned Dungeoneer? A Seasoned Dungeoneer here is particularly bad for me. If they don't have a Seasoned Dungeoneer here, maybe if they have like nothing here. Nothing is not happening. They have a Seasoned Dungeoneer. Oh, I don't have like a balance in my deck. I do have a Tinker, but I can't cast it unless I draw Island. I need it. If I draw Island, I can Hull Breach Twist. I don't even think Hull Breach Twist is good here. I need Dismember here. I don't even know if Dismember is good here. I need my Island back from the bottom of my. I guess it was a fetch land, right? Wish this Saga was an Island. If I had kept my fetch land, I could have fetched on turn 1 and then I would have been able to play Island. So maybe keeping Saga was just a misplay. If I had kept fetch land instead of Saga, we would be winning this. I mean, not winning this game, but. Oh, it was not a fetch land? It was a Saga? Okay, never mind then. Okay, we need to draw exactly basic Island. Oh, they were on the play. True. True. This is actually not bad. I can't play another creature this turn, but I can at least play a Hull Breacher. I just don't know if that's good. Like, I want this Hull Breacher to be good, but is it actually good? I just don't think it's good enough, right? I'm just going to die way before this does anything. If I draw exactly Dismember next turn and then Twister, that might be good enough. Do I have enough life to do that? I take 7. Nothing can block a Dungeoneer. Yeah. There might have been a fetch. I don't know. I think it's possible I should not have kept Saga. I didn't really consider it, though. It feels a little silly to not keep Saga, but maybe Saga's just so bad that you have to mulligan it. I don't know. Well, it depends on who they attack with and what they have follow-up, right? I'm pretty sure we have to draw Dismember, though. Strip Mine. Yo, they played the Plains! They drew Strip Mine off of this, but they played the Plains already. Man, they are playing a little loosey-goosey here. We were doomed. I mean, if they don't have a creature, it means they have a Solitude, right? So... if they have another... If they have a... Oh... Okay. All right, well, I have to negate this. And then now I need to draw Dismember for Archon and then twist into something good. That's not it, right? And if I put a Sphinx in play, I take 5, 10. I might not die if I put a Sphinx in play, right? It's not guaranteed to lose. They have to hit a land. It's still bad for me. I can only play 1 spell per turn. Okay. This game was hard. Turn 1 Archon is so good. So we would have forced Archon pitching Forest, and then we still would have lost the Seasoned Dungeoneer. So it's not like our 6-card hand would have won the game, but it would have forced Archon at least. Yeah, this card is one of the best creatures in Vintage by a huge margin. Huge. Swords and Solitude both kill me. Well, I guess Swords and Solitude might give me a turn as well, but then I have no follow-up, so I die. So technically, I get trapped down here to 6. And then if the Seasoned Dungeoneer misses on a non-land, then I block... Oh, right. My opponent has a Strip Mine. So we're actually still dead. It also hit Trinisphere, so we didn't get to do anything anyways. Okay, that's fine. I mean, we were on the draw against Mono White, and they played turn 1 Archon. It's tough to win those matches. On the play, do we want to do something else? I think the answer is we want to be faster. So I'm thinking we take the Sphinx back out, bring Repeal back in, and then do I want negations and trap? I mean, what do I get? Like, none of these spells are good, so this is probably fine. I mean, I have Repeal for that kind of stuff. I think I'd rather just have Repeal, which can cycle on my Moxen. So I think this is fine. All we were really looking now is all we want to do is see Mox Mox Tinker or Mox 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 Pio on turn 1. You could probably bring in Sabotage on the play, but it does kind of the same thing as Negations and Traps. I don't think it's better than them. I mean, if they play Mind Break Trap, they play Mind Break Trap. It doesn't matter. The way we win against Mono White is by killing them with a broken hand. So that's what we're going to try to do. Yeah, they have no rods. They should have a couple no rods. But like I said, these covers no rods as well. And I think Repeal is better than having a Sabotage. This looks fine to me. Like, we're on the play. That's what we get for winning game 1. So we'll get game 3 on the play. Well, I mean, my opponent's deck is a mono white deck, so they don't have a lot of the tools to survive broken hands. What they do is they get to play a real, like they played turn 1 Archon. We also had a real hard time, right? Right now, Vintage is very much about powerful turn 1 plays. What do I got? Oh no. Is this good enough? We have the Dismember. So I think the answer is yes. It's actually not even a scroll for recall angle because we're probably... Well, it's a scroll for recall angle if we have to Dismember and... Well, we have to see if they have a Chancellor first as well. All right, I think this is a keep. This Saga Mox hand should put some pressure on them. This hand is pretty bad against turn 1 Null Rod, though, for what it's worth. This hand is quite bad against turn 1 Null Rod. I think this is Saga Mox Go. If they have a Chancellor, it's Saga Pay for Mox Go. I don't think we're supposed to Merchant Scroll here, because if they play Null Rod, maybe we're still supposed to. Trying to figure out if I want to play Fairy Mastermind or get Ancestral. I technically could get Force as well, because I have double Saga. Mastermind steals the initiative. I don't think I'm supposed to play Merchant Scroll here. I think I'm supposed to pass. Like I think there's like value in all the lines we discussed, but I think it's pass. This line is also particularly, I guess all the lines are good against Wasteland, but I don't think you're supposed to get a Force of Will. I think that's a bad play. My opponent is like heavily incentivized to Wasteland here, unless they have Mana Crypt, I guess. Man, I wish I had Force of Will for Mana Crypt. But I have Dismember for Archon, though, so... Oh my god. Okay, and now I'm very happy I didn't Force of Will Mana Crypt. My opponent kept 7 card. They always have Mana Crypt Lotus hands. Mono White's broken, man. Mono White is nuts. Uh-oh. Cavern, too. Cleric is a White Plume Adventurer or a Anointed Peacekeeper on my Saga. White Plume Adventurer, so I can at least steal the initiative. The problem is I can't activate Saga and Dismember in the same turn. That's it? Maybe they have Containment Priest? Oh no, they're just they're just F6 checking. Oh, they have Null Rod too! Wow. Alright, we have Fairy Mastermind into Dismember. Hope it's good enough. It might be good enough if they don't have... I mean, not merchant scrolling ended up being so good for me here. If they don't have swords or solitude, I think we're winning because they lock themselves out. But if we lose our Fairy Mastermind, I don't think we can really win this game. Might be really challenging. All right. I mean, if their hand has Lotus, Crypt, Null Rod, Adventure, Cavern, and a removal spell, like, what are we really doing anyways? Okay, so attack, steal the initiative, because I fly. And then we kill the White Plume Adventurer. Maybe I can merchant for force at some point. This Mastermind might just do it. Just attacking to steal the initiative. They have an active Mana Crypt that is getting Null Rotted. I guess they could have an Ancient Tomb. They have somewhere between 3 and 7 more Clerics. They didn't lose their flip. They do have a Plains, of course, so they can just, like, Plains Thalia here. I don't even think we're ever repealing this Null Rod, so... I might repeal on my Sapphire. Does that do anything? What do I need this repeal for? So I'm going to lose my Saga this turn, but I can Merchant Ancestral. I could force off of this repeal. All That's not how my card works. I don't think I'm ever going to have the mana to use repeal on like a Thalia or something, so just going to cycle it. Oh, do I want to go into the Lost Well or do I want a tempo? I want a tempo. I'm just like kind of hoping we don't get our dude killed. Maybe I'm supposed to hold repeal and get Force of Will. These draws have not been ideal. All right. I think if I held the repeal, I could have gone Merchant Scroll for Force, and it might have been better. They won another Crypt Flip. They have another land. They have another land. That's really bad. Oh, they don't have a creature, though. That's really good. I think I played this game badly. No, I think I played the beginning of this game awesome. But I think I played the rest of this game kind of badly. So I... just going to hold up repeal and go for a PO kill. Will they lose a flip? They won another flip. I feel like I'm just super lucky my opponent hasn't been able to remove my Fairy Mastermind. Like, what if they just play an initiative creature here? Maybe it's fine. They hit a cavern human, I assume. Play a Seasoned Dungeoneer, take the initiative. Oh, Elemental. Cleric. White Plume, steal the initiative. So they're going to go to 1. So now I can repeal Null Rod. So I think everything is just fine. This was a weird game. Mastermind play was so good and legitimately won us the game. So is there any way I can deal more damage? Don't think so. Just Time Walk. So I'm just going to PO first, right? There's no reason not to just go for the PO stuff first. My draws were kind of weird, too. Oh, I draw a card with the Mastermind if I attack first. Yeah, I probably should have done that then. I should have attacked first. It's too late now. I floated all my mana, so we're just going to draw. I mean, all we need to do is find Time Walk and it's lethal, or Time Vault and it's lethal, so. Oh. I think I won this game on turn 1 by choosing not to cast Merchant Scroll. And I'm not convinced that everyone would make that play, and I'm not convinced I would always make that play. But that play was so good. It's actually incredible how good that play was. And I wasn't even like, wow. Like I had some, oh, wow. I didn't, wow. Okay. All right. Okay. Top 8. Let's go. Welcome, Vintage Gamers, to a top 8. It's been a while, but we got there. Our sweet Yuta PO list. Nice little brew. It's been going pretty well for us. We're up top 8 versus Kenza. Kenza typically likes to play like Tinker style decks, if I remember correctly. Yeah, Esper Tinker. Our hand is pretty bad. I think I'm wanting to mulligan this hand and find something a little bit more cohesive. This is got a lot of things wrong with it and a lot of ways it can go badly, especially if my opponent's not on Esper or even if they like play Lavinia or something. I'm just going to mulligan this to look for a better hand. Is this a better hand? Put away Opal, keeping Force Repeal triple land. If my opponent is on Tinker, it is a better hand. Do I want to go down one more? I don't know. I always tell people to mulligan this hand, but I am on 6 already. I think I'm going to keep it and bottom this Mox and keep it. I don't think you have to keep this hand. There's certainly room for you to mulligan for a better hand here, but I think it's fine against my like if I think my opponent might be on Bazaar, or I think my opponent might be on something like All In Powerful, then I might not keep. Or sorry, I think it's mostly Bazaar. If I think my opponent is on Bazaar, I wouldn't keep this hand. But I think my opponent's likely to be on another Tinker Mirror. Then I think this hand actually has some merit. You got it. That's a lot of cards. Yo, what's up, Elf Kid? Welcome back. It's good to see you in the battling again. Another counter spell. So do I have Liberty here to actually cast this probe? They couldn't have Hull Breacher. I think the answer is no. I'm not really thrilled though. Like I probably have to counter a Hull Breacher anyways. But if I'm countering a Hull Breacher, I do need to have negation up, so. Okay. Sit up straight. All right. Yeah, you got a lot of mana. I don't know. A lot of mana versus a lot of counters is not usually good for the mana player. Though a lot of islands is not really good for the island, or for me. Like if one of these was a Saga, I would actually be in a lot better spot. So you can see today we've had times where Saga was better than an island and times where island was better than a Saga. Who knew? Do you think I'm going to fetch soon here? I still have a fetch for like a brainstorm, so another mana source. I think it makes sense to end of turn. I don't know. I guess they could have opposition agent off of Lotus or something, but Sapphire. I mean, they probably have like 3 counter spells in their hand and a ton of mana, and we have a bunch of counter spells and a ton of mana. We're getting close to being able to probe here because we can just hard cast negation. Fetch. Okay. This is certainly very different kind of Magic than the last few rounds we played. All right, I'm going to probe this turn here. Let's see what they have. They have, yeah, Fluster, negation. Well, both of us are just looking to draw something powerful. Their Flusters are a lot better against me. I think we actually need to start pushing this game, because if my opponent goes like Tinker with Fluster negation backup, we can't actually win a counter war. I don't think I'd ever hard cast a Force of Will there, so that's why I didn't do that, hindsight. Another land? I can't pitch the second. I can't cast the second repeal here because I need to be able to. Well, I can't actually win a Force War, right? So I feel like I should just keep cycling and try to find action. Like if I'm casting a Force, I'm losing anyways. I'm gonna cycle this repeal. I want to find a creature, probably is like my best draw. If they want to fluster this, I think that's fine with me. Maybe that's not fine with me. I guess I shouldn't have played into fluster here. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have played into fluster here. Though, yeah, the problem is I can't beat negation. Yeah, I probably should not have played into fluster. That was silly. I kind of didn't think about that. All right, I'm going to get this key down now. Yeah, I agree. I should not have repealed on my turn there. I was just like, I really want to find a Hull Breacher or a Yuta, but I went too hard. Do I have any fetches or lands left? I have 1 island left in my deck, and I have 2 fetches left in my deck. Yeah. They can't draw something here. If they draw something here, we do die. They drew something. Drew Mentor? They drew White Plume Adventure. So I force, and they have to use their negation, leaving them with Flusterstorm. That's actually good for me if I draw Time Vault. I can't believe this deck top 8'd. This deck is like extremely bad. So I actually get their negation here, which means I can top deck a multitude of things that are quite good for me. I can draw like Tinker and Time Vault and all that kind of thing. Though this is a clock. It's a real clock. I need help. So it's just Fluster and a White Plume. I have Tinker, I have Time Vault, I have PO is okay. I have Yuta, Hull Breachers. There's a Yuta. Okay. Doesn't really slow my opponent down very much, though, does it? Because I'm taking a serious amount of damage. I'm actually dead, right? I have to chump block with this Yuta. Oh, no, they did not go Forge. They went Scry. My creature's already unblockable versus them. They do get Scry here, though. And I don't have any more counter magic, so... maybe they'll play a Preordain. White. Oh, another one? Wow, that's unbelievably good. Yeah, we're definitely drawing another card for sure. We have to win on like this turn or the next turn, so I don't even know if the next turn, I guess because they went down the other path, we have a little bit of, oh my god, it's a stupid cleric. Yeah, I mean, we need to draw Time Vault, really. We have a couple really strong hits in our deck, so come on, Yuta. That's my last island. Mental Misstep. PO. PO is not amazing here, but it's something. I don't even have an island to search for anymore. Time Vault. So if I play a Pearl, that's 7 mana, Storm 2, I can actually PO through a Flusterstorm. So, I mean, there's no reason not to take the initiative. And they can't kill me on the swing back, right? So, attack, Pearl, draw 4. Try to draw Volt Key. Wish I had a 6th basic to find. What a weird game. Oh no. My 6th basic is not in my deck. Drat. 6 mana. So the Pearl pays for itself and plays for Flusterstorm. So yes, I can play Pearl and I can PO. And as long as my opponent didn't draw a different piece of counter magic, this is going to at least resolve for a draw 4. Obviously, now follow-up POs and Tinkers are no good. They drew negation off the top. They drew a Hull Breacher off the top. All right, Yuta, you failed me. They actually have a lethal attack now as well. Yeah, we lost. We lose to this. Wow. That's disgusting. I mean, I guess if you hit, you hit. Oh god, we were drawing blanks anyways. No, chat. No. I do a lot of PO for 4, lose the game. It's kind of my MO. All right, so my opponent is playing blue-white initiative. I don't even know if I have cards for this deck. It's like such a bad... I guess I could bring in Dismember. I don't even think Dismember... I don't even think their creatures are good enough or worth killing. I guess I need to kill Hull Breachers. We just drew badly. It's fine. I'm not worried about it. I mean, I don't even think I have a list to work off of because this list is just like no one plays it. Is there even a recent blue-white PO list or blue-white initiative list? Here's one. That's not the one that was played though. Maybe it's not Capricios's list either. Or it could be actually. It could be this list. It would have to be really lucky or unlucky or / lucky to have drawn the cards they did if it's this list. 4 Hull Breachers though. I guess I'd need Dismember for Hull Breacher. I don't even think Flusterstorm is good against them. Obviously, it counters Fluster, then Force of Will, but not even convinced that's good. Repeal looks quite... I mean, they're a Saga deck, so maybe we still want Repeal. I don't even know. But this deck is not even a Tinker deck. Oh, there was Volkey. Oh, he played Volkey and no Tinkers? Weird. I feel like this is not a Time Twister matchup. I'm gonna go like this. I don't feel really good about this, but I don't know. It looks fine. What are these hands? My deck is collapsing on itself in the final moments. All right. How about Island off the top? Sand slaps. I just put Yuta back, right? Yeah. Any island gamers? Dismember. They had no force in their hand. What is happening? Do I play this before they play a Lavinia? No, I don't think so. Maybe. I mean, they have a Lavinia and a Needle and a Probe, so I'm not 100% sure that's true. I mean, I'm getting probed here. This Dismember looks horrible. What could this of Dismember have been? Mystical Negation Twister. Yeah. Scalding Tarn. I mean, they're just gonna needle. I mean, I thought they would probe, but here's probe. All right, they're just gonna needle Saga because they see Mana Crypt. If they didn't have probe, they might not needle Saga because they don't know we have Mana Crypt. They drew Pearl? Wait, this play doesn't make sense though. Like I'm forced to force this, but now I get to make a construct. Maybe they don't care about a construct. All right, GG. Cast my Tinker. Hope it works. Yeah, I guess they have swords plus needle. That makes sense. All right, Citadel, show me some business. Okay, classic Citadel. Hope nothing bad happens to me. I mean, I'm getting a top off of this saga, so as long as nothing bad happens to me, like an Archon, I guess I have an Archon covered too. I think we're good, actually. I think we're probably good. Well, this is Cathar Commando. This is... Oh, it's Null Rod. Wow, it's Null Rod. Okay. This is fine. I thought it was Cathar Commando. I was ready. Null Rod is interesting. I don't think it's that big a deal. It's kind of annoying, but I guess it stops my top play, so that's pretty good. I'm probably still supposed to take the top out of my deck. Break Trap. So they have a Tundra still. So I actually... Can I wait? Like, they just play Tundra and make a dude. I think I just take the 4, I guess. I don't know. 4 is a lot of life here. How is my Citadel so bad? Everything has gone so badly today. Not really. We ran super, super hot. Everything has gone badly in this round, I should say. We ran extremely hot to get here, so I can't complain. 4 life to look at my new cards. I have to. No, I think waiting is bad. Repeal. I want to hold repeal, but I can't. I'm never gonna have enough mana for this yet, so we got to keep casting. Yeah, but they're just not gonna play anything, and they're gonna play land and activate Saga, and I think it's bad for me. I don't think we can wait. I don't think we can wait. Jeez. All right. Okay. I didn't want to Swords my Fairy Mastermind. I don't have much life left, though. Like, my opponent is... They drew... Oh, wait, they have Pearl the whole time. They have Pearl the whole time. I thought they can't cast it anyways. I was like, oh, God, Pearl Swords. Bro, it's going so badly. Everything is going so badly. Now if I draw Repeal, I actually can repeal the Null Rod, but I need to wait 1 turn. So I need to block with this Mastermind. I'm going to wait on this repeal because I can actually repeal Null Rod now. Oh, I think we're fine. I think dismembering the token is a bad play because I think my life is worth more than having a Mastermind in play. We're just blocking this token. They have their own top now. Maybe I was... They're going to have a lot of agency. Yo, what's up? Welcome. We do have at least Flusterstorm to back up our repeal. We will have to use our land drop, but we have 6 activations of top. I think we should be fine. Shadow Spear is very seldom played in Vintage because it doesn't typically... It's typically a little underpowered or not super useful, but I have played it in the past. It's not bad. Planes. Okay. If this was Island, it would have been really, really good, actually, because it would have let them spin into Flusterstorm. Looks like they're going to Swords my Mastermind. I'll just hard pay for a Mental Misstep. I mean, they should definitely try Swords my Mastermind and attacking and put me to 2 instead of taking a block here. I don't think that's, like, really that close. I guess they could also, like, Needle Top or something. Don't know. It's good in the creature mirrors, and there are creature mirrors. Like, I was playing it in my aggro shops list. I am gonna Mental Misstep this. Because I don't want it to name Sensei's Top. That would be bad for me. Okay, I chump this. I have 7 life. I play land, and I repeal their Null Rod. And then I try to Vault Key them. Oh, I guess I could also name Vault Key, so. Ancestral. I guess we'll start with Ancestral. I need to play land to play Flusterstorm. In case my opponent has blue card Force. I'm pretty confident I'm supposed to do that. Oh, they have Swords. You're right. They don't have blue card Force anymore. What if they have blue card Force later off of this for my next spell? I guess I got rid of the Swords at some point. I don't know why I did that, but is it worth putting a Fairy Mastermind into play? Doesn't seem like it is. I mean, I'm not winning the game if I unlock my cards here. I can win the game, but I'm not winning the game. Like, I don't have anything that is guaranteeing me a win here. It's likely I'm going to win. Should have held priority. I don't have that many more draws here either. Didn't hold priority again. PO is almost there, but I need a little bit more. Time Walk is great. Time Walk should make it a lot easier. I don't want to lose my ability to Force yet. So I'm going to Time Walk. And play a Yuta. Time Walk and Spin. I don't want... I guess I could just Island PO. It's probably the best, actually. I have a Black Lotus, so I think it's fine. And I still have 2 life. I think it's better to just Time Walk right now. And go to my next turn. Then I just draw to Vault. No, this game doesn't... Oh, do I have enough Sagas left to kill them? That's a problem, actually. I guess I have Twister still, right? Oh god, did I board out Twister? I boarded out Twister. I might have killed myself. I have to be really careful here about how many cards I have. I should have kept a Saga instead of like a third PO. I need to have enough turns to kill them. I guess a Hull Breacher might be enough turns. It's possible. I got rid of my Dismembers, so... I have 10 cards left. I repeal this construct. I should have spun first. I should have spun first. Where's my Time Vault? Oh, I have a Bolus of Citadel, so I don't need a million turns. I didn't find it. Huh. I only need to attack 3 times. Let's just repeal. Did I mess this game up? Where's my academy? I can't counter anything. I don't have, like, I have to hardcast force. Okay, now I can hardcast everything. All right, there's my Time Vault. All right, I figured it out. Good God. That was ridiculous. I think I played that kind of badly, if I had to guess. I have to win this next game kind of fast, but not that fast. Okay, I got there. It took me a little while, but I got there. Oh, I just F3'd through that. Never mind. Hold on, I got the Saga Num now. Yeah, Saga plus Citadel is enough here. So there's nowhere, we got it. I'm probably gonna attack twice. It might be faster. Okay, that game was kind of stressful for no reason. I feel like it took us forever to find Time Vault. I don't know if I probably made some misplay along the way. Okay. Oh boy, that was really hella stressful. Okay. So blue-white tinker with 5 minutes to win the game. That should be fine. I might put this twister back in my deck just so I have high roll options. I feel like they're playing your version, Dom, where it doesn't really look like negation is very good. They have like a million Lavinias. I think this is fine. I just want to play this whole time twister though. I don't know what I want to cut though. Well, maybe I want this needle actually. These games keep coming down to weird stuff like that. All right, I'm going to take this twister out. I don't have enough cuts for that. Do I want a Hercules? They showed me Null Rod. I think I do want a Hercules in my 75. I don't know if I want like more than one Hercules, but I don't know what I'm taking out though. Fluster is counters like flusters and forces and stuff, but they can have a lot of money or mana, so it can be a little rough. I don't know. I haven't played enough versus this deck to know. It doesn't look like it's bad, but it also doesn't look like it's like amazing either. Maybe I just want to have one off of Merchant Scroll. I don't really know. Fluster hits swords. I don't know if like hitting swords is like a plus or minus, like huge plus or minus. Or sorry, huge plus, I guess. Can it be a minus? I guess I'm just going to play -1 repeal +1 Hercules. Just so I have more options. And try this. I did take a lot of my fast wins, so could be annoying. Force, Saga, Academy, Hull Breach. I mean, this seems fine. I wish this Opal was any other Moxen, as always, but what's a guy gonna do? Unfortunately, because it's not another Moxen, I can't lead on Saga here. But I guess at least it's something I could repeal. I don't know. They don't actually have that many draw spells. I don't know if Hull Breach is even good against them. Oh. Okay. I don't know if this is better or worse than playing Saga. It might be worse. Pass? Maybe they just have swords. Looks like it's just swords. That's fine. Yeah, it looks like they kept a sus hand. Wow, pass again? I mean, you're just going to win with constructs, right? Yeah, this game looks pretty over. Weird. I just have to play at a reasonable pace. They could probably have force backup for this. Should I like repeal and try to hit a Hull Breacher? I didn't hit. I wonder if that play is correct. I'm not gonna think too much about my plays. I'm gonna make the ones that make sense to me. This is like another swords. We'll see. Like, the opponent resolved Ancestral Recall, and they had a 6-card hand that was a 7-card hand that was full of action and no lands. So I'm not convinced that constructs always win here. If my opponent like has Dress Down or has I don't know, something, it might not be good enough. I also have to play fast still. There's swords. I don't think I'm supposed to PO here. I think I'm just supposed to keep making constructs. I guess I can still PO here. I don't know if that's better, though. Is it better to PO here? It's probably not, right? Probably shouldn't have made Mana Grip then. I probably shouldn't have made Mana Grip then. Oh, well. I wonder if I was supposed... I mean, if I PO there and they have Force, then I don't get a Construct, which I think is worse. How many swords do you think they have? 4? I'm not convinced we're winning this game. Everyone seems pretty convinced we're winning this game, but I'm thinking this Ancestral resolving is like really bad for us. I mean, we're a Hull Breacher Yuta deck. I think they can keep 4 in. My last Saga probably needs to get Needle on Saga. I don't know which Saga is getting Needle on Saga, though. They have Null Rod. That doesn't really matter. I think it's this one, then. Oh, wait, no. I can activate both Sagas with this. I needed one more artifact to be lethal. I mean, if they have Dress Down in their deck or Balance in their deck, both of those get them out of this. Dress Down and Balance both get them out of this. I probably lose the game to a Dress Down or a Balance here. Let's go! Oh, I don't know, man. I feel like I played sussy. I feel like I played pretty bad. Oh. Okay, we take it. All right, moving on. Top 4 versus Poker's Wizard. Typically has a bit of a range, but might be on shops. Let's see. My hand doesn't function. A classic. One Mox makes this hand function. I can just do like repeals and time walks and stuff, but no, I'm gonna mulligan this one. This hand's fine. Totally down to keep this hand. I'm thinking that I'm just going to bin one Yuta here. Typically, I'm gonna want to have this second land against my opponent's decks usually. Maybe I'm supposed to play fetch land instead. I think I played the wrong land in every game that I played so far today. Yuta is been great. The card has been extremely good. It's definitely won me multiple games. Flying, initiative, 2 power, drawing cards. Pretty sweet. Oh, hey, what's up, Nash? Some wild ones today. Had some absolutely wild ones. All right, what do we got? Emerald, Ruby, Sphere, Monolith. Uh-oh. We're Jewel Shop Gaming. Lotus. Uh-oh. Jewel? No Jewel. End of turn PO. Be kind of weird. Oh, maybe they're just force checking me. F6 check. All right, well, I'm going to cast this Fairy Mastermind. And if you want to PO and overdraw and lose your Lotus, go for it. I want to see, I don't know, Tinker? Scalding Tarn. That was not exactly what I had in mind. I'm kind of scared. My opponent kept a 7-card hand, and their turn 1 had 8 mana. And no land. And a big old 11 mana. They can almost play 2 load. Uh-oh, this is going to be a Mightstone. Or maybe it'll be a Metamorph. I think I'm just letting Mightstone resolve. If they want to kill my Fairy Mastermind, I'm okay with that. And if they want to draw 2 cards and let me draw a card, I think I'm okay with that as well. Okay. Well, it looks bad for us. I have to admit, mulliganing on the play, not good. That's a good draw. For anyone keeping track at home, that one's a good draw. Now, like, the Metamorph Mightstone trigger on the stack. Okay, all right, okay. What we got? I don't know. Like, we could still lose this game. Oh, see, like, I'm not sure about this. This one we probably can't let resolve. This one we probably can't let resolve. Because any spell kills my Hold Breacher. Like, obviously, the first thing they blink, I can steal the 2 draws, but then every other spell kills my Hold Breacher. Like, this one probably has to get forced. And hopefully they just let this happen. Or maybe they, I don't know. They don't have Hardcast Force up. They do have Hardcast PO in response. That would be pretty good for me, unless they had PO and Force. I mean, they don't have any lands. They have all spells in their hand, right? Because they didn't play a land on turn 1. So I think we're probably in a rough spot. Like, we drew the Hold Breacher, which is going to be the best thing we could really draw there. They have Force backup. That is not good for the home team. I'm gonna have to. They're gonna have to, like, not draw any spells for the rest of the game. Is this gonna be Jewel? Oh, it's PO. Wait, PO does. Oh, they're gonna blink this first. I don't know if this is good enough, but hoping it is. If we draw, like, Tinker, it would be nice. All right, draw 2. We get 2. They don't even get to bounce. Oh, they do just get to bounce this over and over again. This is not good enough. This is not even remotely good enough. The first spell flickers this and bounces my Hold Breacher. The second spell draws 2, and the third spell. Yeah, I just still lose. I still lose. Holy moly, I still lose. My opponent did have blue card Force, triple payoff, huh? Yeah. It's impossible. They have to draw, like, 6 lands. Wow. Super sad. I don't even know what I could have realistically done differently. Just draw better. I drew Hullbreacher, which is like an incredible draw. They just needed to have not Kitten. If they had PO plus Jewel, we would have won. But they had to have not Kitten, and they had Kitten. Ah, sad. Kitten's so good. What the heck? Echo Baron was also on Jewel. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This deck, it might be broken, chat. All right, I don't... Oh, we'll let him play it out. This deck might be a little broken. I don't think I could have played it any differently, no. Like, if I don't force the kitten, what does that change? Doesn't change anything, right? I think I have to make sure the kitten doesn't resolve, and because they had the, like, if they had chosen not to fight over the kitten, then they go for PO, and I cast Hullbreacher, and it gets countered, and they PO for 4, which is better for me than this stuff. Do I concede to Vault Key here? Yeah, I'll concede to Vault Key here. It's good enough for me. It's not going to take them very long. They take a turn, then they make a construct, they make 2 construct. It's fine. All right. So I have some anti-jewel cards. I have Steel Sabotage. I have Mindbreak Trap. I have Hurkyl's Recall if I need it. I have probably bringing in... I shouldn't need Needle. I have Repeal. Yeah, I mean, I think it's these 5, and then I'm like pre-boarded for this matchup. This is like probably one of my better matchups. I have Fairy Masterminds, Hull Breachers, 6 Forces, like, it's crazy. I don't think Saga matters though. Like, I have repeals. I don't know how many recalls I'm bringing in. Like, I think I have to be already in a great spot versus this deck. I don't really think I need Vault Key. But naming Vault Key off of Needle is kind of nice. So if I board out Vault Key and bring in Needle, it's actually kind of good. I think I'd like to have 8 Hurkyl's in my 75, but I don't think I want more than 1 Hurkyl's. Now I have to find 2 more cards I think are bad when all my cards are good. Saga's kind of bad. Can I cut some Sagas here? Probably not. Needle for Time Vault? Or Saga? Off of my Saga as well? I think it's fine. I'm not convinced it's like amazing or anything. I do need win cons. I don't actually think I need win cons. Like, this matchup isn't really about win cons, right? This matchup is about stopping them. I don't think I need win cons. I think Hullbreacher Fairy Mastermind is totally fine win cons for this matchup. Like, I just want to play maximum counters win. I'm not sure I want Time Twister. I don't think I need like these cards. I think I just want to play the counter spells and then we win, right? Like I don't know. It doesn't. These cards don't feel like what we want to be doing. It's possible Flusterstorm is bad, but I like having a Flusterstorm that I can scroll for. Maybe that's like silly, but every time I lose and I don't have the Flusterstorm that I could have scrolled for, and I lose my mind. So it feels like pretty low downside to have a Flusterstorm. It's not like it does nothing in the matchup, but it's not ideal. This is a kind of an awkward hand. Because if they do just go for it on turn 1, I mean, I think this is supposed to be a keep. I can't repeal my Pearl here. I would have to hit exactly Mox, which is not viable here. Maybe this is a mulligan, but I don't know. It feels hard to mulligan this. There's also the world where they cast Jewel. I draw a card. They draw 3 cards. I force their second play, and then we steal the Jewel. I don't know. They kept 7 again. Okay. But I also have the mana to play Hull Breacher 2 as well. I mean, it kind of stops them. Doesn't exactly stop them, though. Like, if this had a turn 1 Hull Breacher, I think it'd be a lot better hand. I don't know. I could see shipping it. I'm definitely not against shipping it, but I think I want to keep it. So, I'm going to try keeping it. Like, we're not going to lose to a Saga draw with this hand, and then we're not going to lose. I mean, we'll lose to like a really strong draw of drawing cards, but we won't lose to like all of those draws that draw cards. It's pretty close. I think it's close. The problem with Reb Pyro is that half of the vintage decks don't play blue spells. Half do and half don't. Like, if you pair against Mono White and you have Pyroblast, you look like an idiot. And Mono White is the most played deck in Vintage. If you pair against Bazaar and you have Pyroblast, you kind of look like an idiot. Not all the way, but... So, like, it's just not a very... It's not a very good meta for Pyroblast. And, like, Pyroblast isn't even that good against, like, our opponent's deck when their main spell is Coveted Jewel. It's not bad. But it's not the greatest card. I mean, Jewel had it in game 1. Like, it's really, really impressive whenever Jewel has a combo hand that has Force of Will blue card. Because it's really, really hard for this deck to have Force of Will blue card and a payoff. Because there's just no blue spells in the deck. If you look at like Echo Baron's list, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 12, 16, 18 blue cards. That's like nothing. All right, so we're probably not getting killed on turn 1 if there's a Saga. But I should hold my breath here. Time Walk Gaming? Time Vault Gaming. Okay. So I brought in my needle. I also have Repeal to buy a turn. Pretty gross, though. Especially if they make Saga tokens to go along with it. Okay. So I'm going to flash in a Fairy Mastermind, and then I'm going to play Island Pass, Hold Open, Hold Breacher, Repeal, in case they have Time Walk. If they don't have Time Walk, then we end up turning a Hold Breacher. Maybe I should have kept in Twisties. Ugh. It's a really rough 7-carder that they have Saga Vaults, but we have answers. Oh my god, they have an Opal too. Okay. Watch them Ancestral in response to this Fairy Mastermind. Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to draw Needle or a counter spell, but I at least can repeal. Oh, yeah, this is still fine. I also have the ability to do like Hull Breach or Fairy Mastermind things if everything resolves as well. So we have stuff. We have things, but is it enough? It might not be enough. This is why I was really, really looking to play a Null Rod deck today. I feel like if you suited up a Collector Roof or some kind of Null Rod deck for this challenge, you would have done so well. I guess it's not true because we did play against like 5 Bazaar players. But when you hit like all of these Jewel players, it's crazy. They have Academy too? Wow, it's so bad for me. They have so much stuff. I don't know. I might just not have the hand quality to win. They have Hardcast Force now. I can respond to this with my Hull Breacher. I guess they can PO in response if I do that. Whatever. Like, look at my opponent's hand. Their cards are so much better than mine. Now repeal doesn't even buy me a turn. Well, it will buy me a turn because I can do it with the key on the stack. I guess if they force, they don't get a construct. But is that really what we're trying to do? I don't know. Maybe I should have left in Time Twister so we had like an oops I win option. Just doesn't feel like that's what this game is like. If we drew a Time Twister without a Hull Breacher, it's so bad, and I need my cards not to be bad. Clearly, I need all my cards to do something. The problem is they're going to be able to replay their Time Vault on the same turn. What is this? Are they actually going for something? After I just accidentally voted 3 mana? Oh, maybe they have 2? I mean, I'll take all my mana I can get. My mana's going to be really good if I have a Fairy Mastermind in play. Oh, they just have Force of Will blue card in this hand as well. Well, maybe we'll draw a blue card off of our Fairy Mastermind. My opponent's hands are just the stone cold nuts in both games. It's unbelievable. They had blue card, 3 triple blue card, 10 mana, Volt Key. I drew the Force, so I don't die to the Time Vault. I probably die to all their other cards, but I at least have a Force for the Time Vault. I mean, now I'm going to lose to the constructs, though. so it doesn't really matter, though. I have to draw something good. Draw my own PO, maybe. Tap Mana Bolt for what, Sean? What is that doing for me? No, it does not get me to Force. It doesn't get me to Force. What are you talking about? This looks very doomed. Man, the fact that they just kind of get to copy a Yuta here is not ideal for me. I drew a force off the... What? No, I just... My top card was force. I didn't know it was force. You want me to tap my mana vault in case my top card is force? What? Oh, I'm not doing anything. I might as well read chat. I'm super dead. No, I disagree. Pretty sure that turns off my PO, right? 1, 2, 3. No, because I drew the opal, so it doesn't turn off my PO. This player. Unreal. I don't think I'm activating fairy till I see what their card is. I mean, if they have Citadel in their deck, it's like crazy. I can draw negation. I don't know. I don't know what line they're talking about really, but I don't think it was good. So, I'm gonna let this go without activating fairy. We can look at it after. I don't think it's a big deal. Mystic Forge. I got rid of all my oops, I win cards, so I can't actually win this game. So maybe I misevaluated the matchup, or maybe my opponent had just like incredible 7-card hands. Like I don't have Vault Key, and I don't have I don't have Vault Key, and I don't have Twister. I don't think I have the cards I need to win this game anymore. So like the game is over. I don't think negating this helps me in any way. Like I guess I can untap and PO maybe. Like that's possible, but like what am I doing? It gets me enough counter spells. I repeal both construct tokens. Maybe that can get me there. It makes me think I was wrong to leave. Maybe I should just leave the Twister in my deck. That at least gives me something. Doesn't really win the game though, even if I have Twister in my deck. So if I had tapped Mana Vault this time, I would have been able to hard cast negation. But I also think it's pretty good for my mana vault if I have my mana vault untapped for when I draw PO. So I don't know. Like these were just incredible 7-card hands. It happens. You can't play a Metamorph here. You don't have enough card mana. This is why I just want to play a Null Rod deck. My opponent's deck just does not function. Oh, Dismember, sure. I should have drawn another card. Oh well, I'm over it. All right, POs. Any POs? If it's 2 cards deep, chat can flame me. What do I want to sack? Should be better to sack Jet than Mana Vault here. This also has to resolve. Resolvers. I only have 8 life. PO. They get to draw another card. Sabotage. Sabotage on top. I could bounce the Fairy Mastermind so they don't draw a card. It's probably bad because then they just copy Citadel. Just like trying to figure out if bouncing is worth the life and not a card. I think the answer is yes. This is the start of something, but still in a really rough spot. Ancestral before this draw. Yeah, none of those cards do anything. Repeal before this draw. So this would be my last spell off the top. And I would have to find a way to bounce this Fairy Mastermind or block it. That's a way. So this runs into like a trap or something, but this is still not winning. I kind of need to draw at least another PO. If we draw Time Walk, attack with Fairy Mastermind, activate Citadel. Oh, none of these cards are what we need, though. No Time Walk? No Time Walk, we pitched it. I guess I could negate the top they have, but they still have an active Forge. But I guess we have a Hole Reacher for the top. This, or I could just needle the top. Okay, I think there's some play here. Play my stuff out, needle top, draw Hole Breacher, play Hole Breacher and Fairy Masterminds. How are we going to win? Well, we can't win, but we can not die, and then we can win by attacking. I have my own top I can spin as well if I want to. All right, I need to play my top, draw with my top. I don't need to do that. Well, I want to play it all now before they have Tolarian Academy up, right? Or no? It's so hard because if I do this now, they can like Might Stone. Do I still Needle? Good Needle. Well, I have a Hull Breach here, so they can't draw with top, but they can still spin with Forge. Maybe I was just supposed to like not worry about it. Yeah, I think I was just supposed to Needle top. Okay, well, I have a Force, and I have a blocker, and I have a plan. They have an active Forge with infinite mana, though. So I need them to brick off and hit, like, some bad cards. I don't know. But they can't draw any cards. So maybe we're fine. Did I know they had that? No, we didn't know they had that. All right. I have a negation. Do you have a force? F6. We made a convincing effort here. That got negated. Okay. I mean, all they need to do is hit a Might Stone, Weak Stone. We can start draw. If we make it to next turn, we can like draw with Hull Breacher, Mastermind combo. We have constructs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 8, 9. We're one short of a lethal. Wouldn't be a lethal attack because they would block. Oh, I guess maybe we could make enough tokens that would make it work. Well, they can't like play a coveted jewel or anything. Well, if they trade one though, then I need, 10 permanents still. So there's restrictions there. Oh, Karn. That's so fucked up. That is so unfortunate. That's Giga losing, right? They have a second Manifold Key? What? Right. I negated it. True. Maybe I should have made opponent play out game 1. Negation, why have you forsaken me? It's doomed. I could have played this game slightly better, but I was like really tilted. Clearly. I think we would have had a lethal attack if we got a turn. We just needed their Forge to brick, and their Forge did not brick. Like, if they hit PO on the top, or they hit Seagate Restoration, or they hit Force of Will, there's like a ton of things that brick there, but they didn't hit any bricks, so. Damn. I really wanted to win with Yuta. I wanted to win the whole thing. All right, top 4. Not bad, not bad, not bad. For a brew, we take it. Opponents' hands were just too much for ours to overcome, but I was really happy with this deck. It performed kind of well. There's definitely some optimizations here to be made. I kind of just picked some numbers based on the feels, but I liked the 4-3-1 splits. I liked the 6 forces. I mean, I like the main. I actually think the main is in quite a good spot. You could probably like trim a mastermind for like a needle if you really wanted to. You can do a couple different things, but I kind of think the main is in a good spot. Maybe it makes sense to get a Karn in the main. I don't really want a Karn because I just don't want all these. I want things to be at instant speed, and I want them to not be like super clunky. And like that's the whole goal of this deck was to be. I have 30 out of my 60 cards are usable at instant speed, 26 spells plus 4 sagas. So I can typically try to play on my opponent's turn for the most part. And so it worked out pretty well. I do question my Ravenous Trap surgical stuff. I'm not 100% sure that's where we really want to be. I also question whether you're supposed to play more Fluster or less Fluster. Like, am I even supposed to play Flusterstorms at all in this metagame? Like, who is Flusterstorm for? Doomsday doesn't exist, maybe. And I don't think my deck can afford to play Null Rod, but I would really love to play a Null Rod deck versus the amount of Jewel Shops we're seeing. It's possible that I can just like trim a Hercules and get a second Sabotage in there. Maybe we can play like more traps, but this deck should be pretty good against Jewel Shops, I would think, with 3 Hull Breachers and 6 forces. And it's very surprising to me that we got ruined so badly by Jewel Shops when I think this deck is like, well, it's got to be one of the best PO decks I've ever built at playing against Jewel Shops. Maybe the answer is it just doesn't matter because their deck is just too much action for your deck to handle, but it could just be it was one match and we didn't hit the right variance where we had they had a medium hand and we had a force. Like all their hands were 7-card keeps with force backup and double payoff. So I think just maybe a little bit of variance. We'll have to play more matches versus Jewel to be sure. But thank you to Yuta Takahashi for making this your World Championship card. It is extremely fun. This card was very good all day. It stole the initiative and won a game by itself. It made treasures and drew cards with Hull Breacher. It was just extremely strong all day, and I was really happy. I'll probably play more with it. So, yeah. More vintage action comes on my YouTube channel. Make sure you're subscribed. Subscribe on YouTube, follow on Twitch. Both of those are free things you can do to help the channel. And there will be more content Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays. I will see you then.